Welcome to Underground Crypto. Thank you everybody for being here. Camsta in the house, Melissa in the house, Cryptic Quentin in the house, Plague Dogs in the house, my people. Thank you for being here. Oh, I got a little bit of feedback, but that concludes my mic check at least. Somebody drop in the Discord that we are live. I'm sure Melissa probably already did it. Maybe we could get Bankroll over here. Somebody text Blues Guy, let him know that we are live. And shout out to all the beautiful people here on the stream. Didn't go live yesterday. Not going to be going live on Sundays for right now. Have too much to do with my other business. It's picking up. And I have a lot of pulling inventory and shipping to do on a Sunday. I don't know. We probably put out 100 or plus packages just today. But that's not what we're here for. We are here for the Crypto Underground Deep Dive Research Show. As you can see by our opening screen here, we are headed to that underground moon base research facility where we do all of our research, where I am located. Thank you, Melissa. Thanks for doing that. Exactly, Camsta. Exactly. And what did Camsta say here? Waiting for XRP to go back up over $1.63 so I can add to my short, but so far all it does is range beneath. The MACD has been red on the 15th since 9 a.m. this morning. Got you. Is that something you're doing with Green Fingers, Camsta? I'd be interested to hear what Green Fingers is up to. He seems like he's a pretty good trader. Love that. I barely traded the tiniest bit a couple of hours ago. I got like 52 bucks profit, but didn't lose. And sometimes that's all that matters. I'm not getting a very clear direction out of the market right this second. So I'm just chilling. And again, nothing is ever financial advice. Don't do blindly what you see people do on YouTube. But everybody here is pretty smart. Everybody here pretty much knows that. I guess that's for anybody who might watch this later. Let me pull up the crypto bubbles. I'm trying to think. There's probably some other things I wanted to tell you guys. I hope it does go as low as $1.35 XRP. That would be beautiful. I will rebuy in some of the stuff I sold to trade. I sold a little bit of XRP, not my main bag, my Coinbase bag. I sold a little bit just to have some money to trade with. That's been going well, even with losing $1,000 twice. I'm actually up 1,300 bucks overall. Well, $1,352 now. So I can buy my originals back in, and then I have money to trade with, and then I'm all house money. Beautiful. Says I don't want to ruin my P&L. Yeah. The funny thing is, Melissa said today is very choppy. My trading style actually works the best in a range, choppy range. That's actually when it works the best. And again, welcome to the Underground Crypto Deep Dive channel. Just kind of chatting until we get started here. And boom, there we are. Let me get in the camera angle. We are over on the crypto bubbles, as we always are. And we have a lot to talk about. We got a lot to go over. There's stuff that's happened over the weekend. Are we bullish? Are we bearish? I would love to hear what everybody has to say. Now, I'm trying to find, just right off the bat, I'm trying to find another coin to trade that's not River. Stable I was looking at, but honestly, River has more volume than Stable does. What do you guys look at when you're trading? You know, are we just looking at volume? What are we looking at? Because I've been switching my trading style up. For the longest time, all I ever traded was BTC because that's where all the liquidity is, right? It's a little bit more solid price action most of the time. Says, gotta be patient. Yeah, absolutely. I will buy more XRP if it goes down as well. Yep, I'm with you on that. Me too. I might switch my wife off Ondo. Lost more than half her investment so far. Brutal. Never financial advice, but me personally would hold on to that Ondo and not take that huge hit. Because a lot of times, and this is my personal experience, a lot of times you will go chase like, oh, I'm down on this, but if I just transfer out of it and I just go to something else, and like you'll play that game over and over and over until you dwindle your money down to literally nothing. I've done it, trust me. But that doesn't mean that'll happen to you. You might move it into something else and might do beautiful. Never financial advice. So Plague Dog says, Crow back there trying to say hi. Oh, I see CRO at 6.2% up. Oh, look at Blues Guy rolling in with the super chat. Let me finish what Plague Dogs was saying. I look for sleeping bears. What haven't you heard talked about in a while? Are you talking about for a long? Because I'm trading either direction, but yeah, I hear you. So you look for things that nobody's really talked about lately that might get a big pump. But do you wait for it to start getting a big pump? Leads me to GRT, NEAR, and ICP. I like ICP. NEAR I've never really held very much, but I hold a little ICP. I'd love to see those AVAX. Yep, I'd love to see those go. In the house, blessings and gratitude, all underground, my man. Thank you, Blues Guy, for being here. And Blues Guy, the reason why I didn't hit you up to do a little bit of trading together was because I really couldn't get a read on the market at all. So maybe we'll do a little bit live as we're here. But anyways, I'm chilling in the chat. Everybody throw something in the chat for me just to keep this chat rolling. We can bring some people in here. Anybody reach out to Bankroll? All right, so now let's talk about the crypto bubbles now that I've gone over the chat enough. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Stable up 19.8%, only 87.3 million in the last 24-hour volume, 0.03. Is that what it is right now? Okay, yeah, the high was 0.031 right now. So it hasn't lost very much, and it's up 19.8% on the day. My trading style is very scalpish. I mean, if price runs away in the direction I want, that's fine. But I'm usually not looking to hold things for a long period of time. And I'm not even on super high leverage or anything like that. Blues Guy says, Underground. What's up, brother? Silver, bro, trade that. Hey, it's a good point, Blues Guy. I would definitely be taking a look. Silver crashing hard, no? I mean, how far can it crash? Where are they going to take it to? I don't know. There's a big disparity. I was just watching one guy, I think it was yesterday, you know, silver was still trading for like $122 over in China in their market, but here it was like $86. So huge disparity there. Very interesting that their market doesn't really follow our market, meaning there's probably some manipulation there. I use fibs, don't wait. I enjoy aggressive entries. Okay, nice. I like that. You take what you want, Plague, the barb of crypto. Silver crashing hard, maybe wait for the crash to be done, then you get a good entry. Look at Drizzy TV coming all in, says, sup y'all, thanks for being here. I love seeing how much you've been involved in the Discord and the community. Shout out to everybody who's very involved in the Discord. I appreciate going over there and seeing activity. Anyways, Jupiter. Put out a video about Jupiter. It's up 10.6% today. I'm glad it's getting some hype. Hype is up I did that on purpose. 13.4%. Pole 10.2. This is Stacks, right? Yep. Stacks up 14.7. Morpho up 10.5. So definitely seeing a nice little bounce in some of the altcoins here. Let's drop down 100. I don't know if I've ever spent this long on on the crypto bubble. So we dropped down 100 to 200 here. River, of course, the biggest one, although it really didn't do anything all that crazy if you want to be honest here. We just look at the week. You know, we pulled from 87 to, you know, $11.47. It actually went lower than that for sure. I don't know why they don't show that. It went to like $10.50 or $10.20, something like that. I digress. And then we had this bounce today from that like $11 they're showing. It's really like 10, bounce up to like $24. It's a nice bounce, and you would think that this thing is up 61% and it's doing great, but it's not. You know, we were just at 87 like a week ago, and now you're at 11 bucks, pop up to 24, and right now you're at 17.88. So keep that in mind. And it says 17.88. There's a lot of disparity, because if I come over here on Weex, we are actually in the $16 range, the bottom of the $16 range. And I wish that I would have took that short that I was thinking about. Yeah, it would have been cooking right now, but I didn't want to have to like pay attention to it while I was setting up the stream and all of that jazz. So sometimes you got to do what you got to do. Had to prioritize the stream and being here with all of you guys. And today's show is all about where does the crypto value come from, where does the money come from, and why a lot of projects don't wind up actually capturing that value. Quantum resistant ledger up 22%, Kaya up 11.4% has a lot to do with gaming. We see it a lot in some games that we played. Camino, I'm not as familiar with this thing, although it sounds kind of familiar. 11.8%. Let's drop down another 100 and see what the heck is going on. Oh, and Kahlua is down 30%. Got to get this little space heater I got off of me for a minute. All right, so R is up 16.3%. I saw that one of the people, the elite traders in the Lifer group, had put out a chart about R. So if you've never been in the elite group over with the Lifers, it is well worth the $100. I'll tell you that. Burb up 12%. We've been talking a lot about Burb lately. Zilla 34.3%. Cubic up 18.5%. I know there's a lot of people who are deep community on Cubic, because when I did a video about Cubic a long time ago, it still gets a few views, and it's trended down, but like it always got views and a lot more comments than most things. So that tells me that Cubic is strong. One thing about doing YouTube videos and stuff is I can kind of get a different metric on certain communities and coins that a lot of people maybe don't get, right? So we got Seeker up 10.8%, and a lot of this I'm pretty sure are bounces, right? Let's pick a random coin here, like the white whale. No, this one's up mostly over everything. I mean, I think Cubic is probably a bounce, right? Let's go to the monthly. Yeah, this is a little bit of a bounce. Anyways, my point is a lot of it had a lot of drawdown, and we're just now starting to get the slightest bit of pump out of stuff. Let me hit this coffee. Yeah, River playing with our minds, yeah. And it's funny because there's still a ton of volume around River. I'll show it in a minute when it comes up. Shout out to anybody rolling in. Please smash that like button. There's a link in the chat to our Discord that is free. Silver hit as low as $74. Yep. Everyone is thinking, man, I missed the pump, and they have no idea. Bro. Everybody's saying, bro, what are we talking about? All right, let's do our price rundown here. Let me refresh it. Let's look at our overall market cap, 2.7 trillion, up 1.5% today. BTC, 78,846. How do we feel about it, right? How do we feel about where Bitcoin's at? I just want to show the chart for a second here. Let's look at the weekly should suffice. So less than a week ago, we were at 90,000. That's what it's saying here. It's a 7-day chart, right? Says $90,117, January 28th, 2026, okay? If you didn't know what year it was. And from there, we bottomed out around 73,222. Now, given whatever you're looking at, especially if you're looking at like a perpetuals from a certain exchange, these numbers may be slightly different. That's just how that goes. $82.3 billion in trading volume, and you wonder why. I used to only trade Bitcoin. All right, Ethereum, $2,349. This thing has been beat up bad. Ethereum down 20%. kind of annoying because we had just finally started to move somewhere and now it wants to just fall out, but that's crypto for you. BNB $771, it's definitely down. XRP at $1.61, down 15.3%. I'm looking to maybe get back in. I hope, Camsta, that we do kind of range down to like $1.30 or something like that. Even if it hurts my other bags, then I can buy back in at a great price. Solana $103. Looks like Solana may be dropping under $100. Dogecoin 10 cents. Man, I don't want to see Dogecoin go that lower. I don't really have any anything to gain by it going any lower. Cardano 29 cents. Hyperliquid $34.3. And remember, guys, I bought my Dogecoin at 0.002, and again my alarm went off, so it was 0.002 where I bought Dogecoin. All right, Monero $387. I mean, everything's down like this 10 to 20%. Chainlink down 18. So any green you're really seeing in the bubbles and stuff is bounces from how hard it's dropped. And it's amazing how it can drop, you know, a huge amount, like River, you know, from 87 to like $10, and then it gets a little bounce back up to 24, and it's like one of the top gainers of the day. It's up 67%. Don't be fooled by that on daily stuff, right? XLM 17 cents. Like, don't think because, you know, a certain coin bounces and it says it's up 50% that like that Bitcoin's bouncing and we're immediately going back up. And don't get lost in that. I see a lot of people do that. It's my own personal opinion. Just wait and watch and see, right? That's where TA comes in handy. Zcash, $288. Sui, $1.14. I'd love to see that go up. Avalanche, $10.09. And let's go see where the heck Flare is. Back in the top 100. Bam, look at that. Flare back in the top 100. It's been a little while. And is that because Flare has pumped much? No, it's pretty much stayed the same. It's because a lot of other things have fallen. And sometimes for an asset, just not falling really hard is a win versus, you know, it pumping really hard. Would be nice, of course, but it is what it is. Apparently Satoshi is a group of people. Yeah, I've heard people saying that for a long time. I don't doubt it. I mean, with all this stuff that just came out recently in the news and stuff, they're trying to tie it to a certain individual that used to live on an island. I don't even know if I can or can't say it on here, but hey, we're getting a little traction. I'm not trying to nerf our channel here. Let's see if Beast knows what he's talking about. Maybe I put too much stock in him. Yeah, Gamsta, I wish I knew a little bit more about, you know, this Beast guy, but I don't have time. I don't have time to watch other people, really. I mean, I watch The Lifer and a couple people randomly here and there, but I really don't have a lot of time to watch people. All right, let's do our due diligence to talk about what's trending. Zama finally token generated? Man, we've been waiting on Zama to token generate. Let me go look at this thing. Was that today? It had a lot of money behind it. 79.6 million in market cap. Yeah, 168.5 million in 24-hour trading volume. Huh, I wonder if this could be another coin I could trade like River. Being a newer coin, maybe it's got a little bit more of a bullish sentiment, but I do want to see how the rest of the market is going first. But I'm actually really bullish. I might want to trade Zama. I don't know if they have it everywhere. Let's go down to the bottom. Do they have it on Weex? Not seeing Weex. Not seeing Weex. Dang, it doesn't look like they have it on Weex. They have it on MEXC. Haven't been trading on MEXC. I need to check on MEXC. Anyways, I digress. 0.03 cents. It's down 9.1% for a coin that just launched today. That's really not that bad. Crypto Quentin says fair enough. Yeah, right. But anyways, yeah, apparently he somehow was involved. I don't think like he was a creator. He just maybe was a financier or something like that. Somehow he was roughly involved in it. And then you have to ask, like, if there's a very like dark something to do with how Bitcoin was created, we can all agree that that's bad. But does it have any relevance to what is here today? Like, if Bitcoin was created by some bad people, but it's still decentralized and free and people used it and it was a currency, you know what I mean? That doesn't mean that everything that happened with Bitcoin was terrible. Also, just means bad people use it. Does that make Ethereum bad? Is now all of cryptocurrency bad? I think that's a very silly argument. It's as solid as Bitcoin will hurt the environment. It's about as good an argument as, you know, Bitcoin is not energy efficient. It's like, okay, it wasn't made to be energy efficient. How much energy do you think it takes to run a minting plant and make physical currency? How much, you know, how much waste and chemical runoff and stuff do you think comes from minting coins and cleaning metal and stuff? Like, come on, guys. Anyways, I digress there. I won't spend too much time on that. Zama, we've been waiting a token generation event for a long time. It's kind of exciting to see it come out. Let's see what happens. A lot of times you get a lot of sell-off. Should we be shorting that into the ground? I don't know. Crypto Quinton says, yes, I agree with you. Well, that's good to hear, as I never like to rub people the wrong way. But at the same time, I got to be transparent, and I got to say how I feel about stuff, guys. I'm not going to be, I don't play political games. Let's put it that way. And I'm not talking politics like the president type stuff. I mean, I don't play political games. Like, I'm not going to try to sit up here and say things to you because I think they're what you want to hear. You won't get that out of me. You only get my real opinions. Anyways, Hyperliquid, man, I am chatty today. I'm kind of fired up. I'm talkative. I usually run straight through this stuff pretty quick, and I'm just like chatting with you guys and hanging out. I didn't stream yesterday. I think that's what it is. And I'm just really glad to be back with the community and hanging out. Makes me think, who's in control of Satoshi's wallet? Yeah, I know. They always try to sell it to us like that wallet's dead and those things. But then didn't some funds move out of one of the wallets that was connected with Satoshi? I remember people kind of raising alarms when that happened. Hopefully the seed phrase is lost. Yeah, exactly. All right, so we got Hyperliquid, Pudgy Penguins, Ethereum, Solana, BitTensor. I haven't seen that in quite some time. Caspa, Maltbook, River, of course, River. This is where I wanted to pause and actually look at the 24-hour trading volume. River at 83.4. Okay, it's down a little bit. Monad, Pol, XRP, Sweet, and Banker Coin. We've touched on Banker Coin a few times. I'm not going to go over it today. Again, when we look at what's trending, I just want to put it on your radar, but we're also mostly trying to look at things that we've never seen before so that we can stay on the radar. Now, one that I would really like to keep an eye on here is Zama. There's not enough price action. Token generation event was today, right? Let's double check that. Yeah, February 2nd, 2026, okay? So we've been keeping an eye on this project. No, I'm not saying that I'm super bullish on this project. Like, oh, I've been waiting for it to come out. No, I don't. That's not what I mean. I know it's, homomorphic encryption, which is somehow related to the evolution of new things in blockchain technology. I don't know if it's going to be the next biggest thing or if it'll be a failed idea. That I don't really know. And yeah, so anyways, keeping an eye on it to me is I want to see what it does. Does it pump? Does it drop? So far it's held pretty good. You know, it came out at about 0.039, call that 4 cents, and it immediately dropped to 0.031. So, like, you know, almost a penny, but less than a penny worth of drop, and then it's trended up from there. So is this thing gonna pump? It has a decent market cap, right? It's not a $10 million market cap. It's much higher, but it's not like 400 or 500 million in market cap either. Max supply is infinite. Don't like that. That's not my thing. It's not my sauce, but it doesn't mean that a project is garbage, okay? I just want to say that. Like, just because something has an infinite market cap doesn't necessarily mean it's garbage. Let me text my wife something. Sorry about that. My son is in the living room being way too loud. All right, cool. All right, now I'm back. Now I can see the chat. All right, let's move forward here. Sorry about that. He knows better than to be super loud. All right, guys. So Zama's on the radar. We are going to deep dive it just a little bit here. Oh, these are documents. No, I want to go to the actual website. Let's take a look at their Twitter first, and then we'll go to their website. How much attention do they have? 292.3 thousand followers. That's not super small for something that just launched and hasn't really been out token wise. Zama is a open source cryptography company that builds state-of-the-art fully homomorphic encryption, or FHE is what you'll see it abbreviated as, solutions for blockchain. So this homomorphic encryption is some kind of solution to a problem. Remember, we talk about any good project, any good company solves a real problem. If they try to solve like a pretend problem, meaning like a problem that very few people ever have an issue with, then they're not going to get a lot of attention. So we got to make sure that the problem that they're solving is something that people recognize as an issue. Otherwise, people are not going to invest, in my opinion. So it's going live, years in the making. Today's another fundamental step towards Zama becoming the HTTPS layer for blockchain. Okay, so this whole HTTPS, I mean, I think of X402 protocol that was actually invented in like 1993 for HTTP protocols. This is the thing that comes before, you know, www dot whatever in the beginning of any website. So it's the coding foundational layer of the internet already. 206,000 impressions from 14 hours ago. Okay, that's decent. It's very decent. 31,000, 23,000, 205,000, 41,000. I don't know if they're paying money to get these marketed, but it doesn't really matter if they are or not, to be honest with you, because at the end of the day, people are still seeing them. And yeah, these things are cooking. They're getting views. So I like Zama in that regard. Now they are kind of techie, right? So then it makes me think, I don't know, how much is retail getting excited about this versus like White Whale? I think they're probably more excited about White Whale as a community and stuff. What do we got going on in here? Yeah, I agree. Make sure one. Okay, so cool. I'm caught up on the chat. Let's keep that chat running, guys, if you can. Is anybody thinking they might try to trade some Zama? Has anybody heard of Zama? Has anybody in here heard of Zama prior to me talking about it? Do you even remember how many times we've gone over Zama? All right, we'll pull up top gainers, top losers, and we'll bounce over. Let's see what the fear and greed index is doing. I think we were at 15 Saturday. Not yesterday, but Saturday we were at 15. Yesterday we were at 14. Now we're bouncing up to 17. So are we finding a bottom here is the question. You can see we had this one green day back in like January 14th, 2026. And we were at 96,900, call it 97,000, right? And we've just sunk since then. And this is kind of, yeah, maybe you could call that a little bit of a bounce there. We haven't had much bounce. And so this is looking like maybe a bounce February 2nd at 76,222. But anyways, the big takeaway here, fear and greed index bouncing up a little bit. Nothing crazy. Let's go look at trending cryptos. Melissa says, I've heard of it. Yep, I'm sure you have. We've been over it a lot. So Bulla is one that's out there. Obviously meme coin. Obviously with a name like Bulla, it's about being bullish, I'm sure. We did go over it. We'll go over it again today. So 41.6% down in the last 7 days. Space coin also 57.1% down. Here's a good example, and this is just food for thought. Let's talk about Space Coin for a second, because I've already kind of expressed that like Space Coin doesn't really strike me as the best project. Melissa says, yeah, if it's as good as one of the trades like River, yeah, let's trade it. Yeah, I'm going to be keeping an eye on it. I'd like it to be out for at least like 48 hours before I jump in it, but who knows? I might miss a lot of action there, so I don't know. Anyway, Spacecoin is about, it's DePIN, which is decentralized infrastructure. Spacecoin is DePIN powered by satellites, building trustless internet connectivity on a global scale. And I'll show their website for a half a second. So they want to put things into space so that we can have decentralized internet. This is where the whole problem thing comes in, right? And maybe some other countries, this is a real issue, and people really want to see it fixed. I don't know who their target audience here. Most people in the United States have internet. Let's just be honest. Like decentralized, centralized, they don't really care. They hop on whatever, Twitter, Facebook, and they don't really think about if their internet is decentralized or not. And so how are they going to put these satellites in space? Are they going to put satellites in space? If they are, it's going to cost a ton of money. If they're going to buy space or the ability to use other people's satellites who are already in space, one, it's very weird for the whole decentralized thing, but two, it's going to cost a lot of money, so they got to keep a bunch of income coming in, meaning they'd have to charge for the internet service. And if it's just another internet service that you have to pay for, and you live somewhere where it's hard to get internet, why wouldn't you just get Starlink? Why would you get this? Who's to say this is going to be good quality? So I'm not seeing it. I understand why they thought this was a good idea, but unless they're connected, now there's the side of things where it's like this coin could be connected with something, you know, bigger. But if this is just like a little startup of somebody, I have zero faith in it. That's just my point. They say they have a satellite tracker. Let's check this out. I don't remember seeing a satellite tracker before, so they have 1, 2, 3, 4. They have 4 satellites. I think they're going to need more than 4 satellites to give internet to the world. And I guess it keeps moving because it's like, yo, they're just like over Asia and Australia. Yeah. I don't know. How are they going to give to Africa? They're not even over Africa. I have no idea. I'm no expert on satellites. Anyways, my opinion is I don't really know about this project at all. Are these their satellites? There's a lot of things I'd have to know before I would be bullish on it. But my point was, you know, for average person in America, or let's just say some of the first world countries, I don't think decentralized internet is high on their agenda. Like, I just don't think that's something that people really care about. Now, if you live somewhere that's very remote and you need internet, then maybe it is, but why wouldn't you just have Starlink? So let's talk about something else. Hey Elsa. Hey Elsa is a cryptocurrency trading conversation bot designed to assist users in managing their cryptocurrency wallets. Says more satellites to create more floating junk in space. It's a mess up there. Yeah, exactly, Melissa. You get it. That is a big problem, and that's why I don't know that they would launch more up there. They'd probably just tap into somebody who already has it and pay them, but that's a big monetary resource that they got to pay for. And then at that point, either way, it's huge resource, like, because it's not cheaper to launch satellites. Like, that costs a lot of money too. So my point being, how much are they going to charge for this decentralized internet to make back the money? Are they taking it from the people who buy the coin? Like, where is the money? Again, we're talking tonight about where value actually comes from. Like, you have to do something to create value in order to get money in to the treasury of a project. And you're just not going to do it because you have an idea that you promised everybody you're going to figure out. Anyways, 20.8 million in market cap here for Hey Elsa. It was really high at one point at like 43 cents. Been as low as like 3 cents. And we're chilling at 9 cents. So I don't think the disparity between the market cap now and the all-time high, and notice it wasn't at that all-time high for very long either. It was just on a wick, a 4-hour wick. Within a 4-hour range, it went up as high as 44 cents and came back down. It's not like it went up here and it was trending for a while. You know, it's not like it was like up and then came down and like was up here and then fell all the way down. You know what I mean? That's just not really the case. On a 4-hour wick, it went up and then it just came right back down. And so really, if you ignore that giant wick, you know, your range is more like this. Oh yeah, it's not actual trading view. You have to actually click everything like 70 times. So that's like your actual range here. Anyway, Hey Elsa's one that I don't mind looking at a little bit for maybe trading. 54.3 million in volume's a little low for me though. Anyways, I'll show the website. You do have to sign up and all this jazz, so you're not necessarily going to be able to hop on here and go right away without making an account, logging in. But it looks like a chat bot. How should I invest? $100, and then it takes you over here to log in. If you've used ChatGPT, then you understand the dynamic here. We've been over it a bunch of times, so I'm gonna move along. Inso Sentient, another one that's new on the radar. We've been over that a lot of times. Looks like a lot of the same stuff trending here that we've been over a bunch of times. I don't know how I feel about this US oil coin because, let's show it. It came out the gate, it pumped really hard at one point. I don't know why we don't have like a trading view chart here. I don't love that. Yeah, you'll see at one point it pumped pretty hard up to, looks like about 48, a 0.048, so like a high 4 cents, almost 5 cents. And now you're all the way down under a penny. Again, this thing is another one where it's like, I call it IdeaFi in a big way. I don't know who they're connected with. I haven't really researched the heck out of this thing, but like, How easy would it be for you to launch a coin on, Pump.fun or really anywhere, and then call it like a US oil coin and then, get people excited about it? USR is a meme token running on Solana blockchain, so they don't even give it legitimate accolades here. It's just a meme coin. I had a buddy of mine, things are weird when I have a buddy of mine who's not a crypto person at all, and he hit me up and he asked me about this coin, and I'm just like, if he would have bought it when he told me about it and then sold it when it started pumping really hard like that, he would have did well. But let's be honest, especially somebody who's not a trader and somebody who's not a crypto person, what happens when it starts going up, parabolically? Dude, they think that thing is going to the moon. They think that their $200 that they turned into 10 grand is going to be $1 million at some point, and they just hold it into the ground. I've done it for sure. I know how that goes. Anyways, the U.S. oil reserve tokenized as USOR. If this thing has real legitimacy to it, maybe somebody knows something about it. But if anybody knows anything about this, please tell us in the chat. But it just makes me really skeptical, right? Because if this was a real thing, you would think that there would be somebody very serious behind this. This would be a product of Ondo, or this would come out of the World Liberty Finance ecosystem or something like that. It's just a random standalone meme coin. Look how almost they try to legitimize themselves by having a more structured website. If you've been to a meme coin website, you would know that this coin website does not look like a meme coin, but when you read the description, it's just a meme coin. And then it says reserve overview. I don't know, you'd have to have some real blockchain explorer type stuff to prove to me that this money that's here is actually backing up this project and not just money that some rich person holds in a wallet that they're using. How would you know? How would you know if they just picked a random wallet with a bunch of money in it and said, hey, this is backing us up? How would you know that that's not true? So we need a lot of independent, need some independent audits going on here. You could swap on Jupiter. So Jupiter is a place that you could swap to get some USOR. Again, I'm not real. Hope I don't always seem bullish, but you have to be skeptical of these newer coins. If this is legitimate though, then this is probably a great coin to be in, but I just don't feel like it is. See the holdings. When you click their holdings, it does nothing. That's crazy. Matter of fact, okay. Let's go back to stats here, because I am somewhat interested in this, but I don't really know. What is going on? What's up, Blues? What's he singing about? Every time I think XRP is going to start pumping, a big red candle just crushes my dreams. Are you long on XRP? I thought you were short. Or you wanted to pump up a little bit so you can add to your short? Is that what it was? The AVC mixture thing you spoke about of a month ago here. Hey, I just had that 10 minutes before I hopped on to the stream. I still do that all the time. I spelled wrong, Blues. I can't spell or put things or put the wrong work in. Word. I think she meant word in. Hey, we all mess up with the chat. Oh, I finally did that AVC bromine mixture. It was nasty. Yeah, Melissa, we don't drink it because it tastes great. That's not what it's for. But I'm sure you already knew that. I don't know about nasty. If you're somebody who hates vinegar, if you don't like pickles or anything, then maybe you think it's extra nasty. It's bearable to me, that's for sure. Yeah, I'm short. I want to increase my position. I thought so. Yeah, you click a lot of game links on crypto that don't work either. UG. Yeah. Yeah, you click a lot of game links in crypto that don't work either. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of fronts, right? Think of it like a store, right? And you drive through your city, you drive through your town a lot. This is a good example, I think, or analogy, metaphor. You drive through your town a lot and you keep seeing a new sign go up in a plaza, right? Where that another business has recently gone out of business, right? Maybe a few months ago. And it says, anything that you would be like somewhat excited about. And you see that like they repainted, the store. Maybe it's a little standalone store, you know what I mean? Whatever it is, they've really done a lot to the outside, but you've never gone there. You've never really gone inside of that store because it's new. Maybe it's just opened or it's about to open. And then you go there and there's like really nothing inside. Like it's just a bunch of mock storefront stuff, a lot of posters and things, and like they got a little nice brand new looking sign out front, but when you go in there's like barely anything on the shelves. That's what a lot of these coins are, in my opinion. It's easy to put up a sign, it's easy to paint a building, but it's not easy to actually have a legitimate business that people want to come in and buy from day after day, week after week, month after month. Anyways, Sentient, we talked about a bunch. They're a bunch of AI researchers who want to forward the advancement of AI technology and also make sure that it's all open source. It only came out, Sentient did, the 22nd January 2026. The disparity between the market cap's not bad. Trading volume is 401 million. Ooh, I might have found my new coin that I want to trade. I was looking at Cent as something I potentially wanted to trade not very long ago. I don't know what's going on here. And I think that we might have to check this out at some point here. I'm not going to go into like trading mode right now. Let me not do that. Anyways, but I am kind of excited about Cent. And what was the other one? Zama and Cent, right? As lucrative can crypto gaming be for your average person? How lucrative? Right now, I mean, I was there in the forefront of DeFi summer when I was making $150, $200 a day off of DeFi games. I mean, they were games mostly in name. They weren't like fun, a lot of them. Like they weren't a game, like you sat there and played. It's more like something you'd check on. You'd go through a couple of transactions to like do something, and then you get paid a reward for doing it. And it was a pyramid scheme in a big way because it required more people constantly coming in to keep the rewards, flowing. And as soon as that kind of died down, that was it. It was over. And most of them went to zero very quickly. You saw your rewards drop very quickly. It says, wait, you need to add a lot of citrus and it will be good. Reduce the amount of sodium bicarbonate. Okay. Yeah, when I do it, Blues Guy, I put like, a lot of lime juice in it, like a whole half a lime, but I squeeze the heck out of that thing. I get all the lime juice, and it really doesn't taste very bad to me. And I only use a cap full of apple cider vinegar. For anybody who doesn't know what we're talking about, we will explain later in the Underground Crypto Hangout session. All right, now let's talk about Infinex. There's not a ton of new coins on the radar. A lot of times coins don't really launch in the super bearish times, but Zama didn't care. Also, a lot of times they have their token generation event like scheduled for like a long time and things, and so I hate the ads on CryptoRank, and so they do them regardless of what the market is. I see that sometimes. So this coin is not very big. 26 million, been as high as 46 million, only 9 million in trading volume. Infinex is a decentralized exchange offering user-friendly trading experience similar to centralized exchanges, right? If you come over to the website, you go to Get Infinex, and you got to choose like an app and download. It's not like web browser friendly. It looks like you have to get an extension. I don't know if that makes it better when you're actually using it, like if it runs better, but I'm not going to add it because I have no interest in it. But anyways, it's another decentralized exchange. I'm at the point where it's like a new decentralized exchange every day, and I'm just not really excited in decentralized exchanges right now. I've seen some really good ones, I've seen some really good ones at this point, and so I don't know how you're going to top that. Yeah, I did put a lot of lime. It's my fault. Okay. Usually a lot of lime makes it good. It says, dang, 150 to 200 bucks a day is pretty good, even though it's temporary. Yes, and I was fortunate enough that I had enough sense to take my I took my original investment out pretty quick. I think I only spent to make $150, $200 a day. Got as high as 200. Most of the time it was around like $150 to $160 a day. It probably lasted for a month. and maybe a little less than a month, like 3.5 weeks or so. Now, of course, it trended down. There were days where it was like 40, 50 bucks for a while. So I definitely made great money off of it. I probably spent like $300, I think, on the NFTs to actually do it. It was a game called Zune. That was the best one that I made the most off of. There were a couple other ones that I showed up a little late to the party on. So Mesh is a crypto asset management and payment platform. So this is Mesh. No token generation event yet. They do have funds and backers like Coinbase Ventures and Dragonfly. Dragonfly is a big venture capitalist, and they raised $75 million from that round, but they have $205 million raised so far. Now remember, this 205 doesn't usually go directly into the market cap of the coin. I don't know how much they put into the market cap of the coin, but I think a lot of times, because they already have the tokens from when they bought them, if that makes sense, or when they, sorry, not when they bought them, when they made the coin. Now, there is no token generation event here, but the day that they make the coin, they're going to have quite a bit of tokens in their treasury because they get all the tokens, and then they're the ones who divvy them out to the exchanges and stuff. Anyways, I digress. This is Mesh. It says Mesh makes it possible. Mesh coordinates the complex. Okay, I read it like it was one sentence. A platform for easy crypto payments across hundreds of exchanges and wallet providers. I don't know why I'd want to request a demo. I don't know if this is maybe for bigger traders. Mesh streamlines the process. Crypto payments powered by simplicity, speed, stability, and security. I mean, to me, this is another decentralized exchange. I've seen some really good decentralized exchanges at this point that I just don't know how many we need in the market. Like, it used to be kind of, it made sense a little bit more back in the day because you had one for like every blockchain, right? You had the premier decentralized exchange for Ethereum, Uniswap, and stuff like that. They didn't necessarily have perpetuals and stuff. You've seen that kind of as the new craze in the decentralized exchanges, but also at the same time, blockchains were a little bit more isolated. Now I see exchanges where they're very interoperable. They have 10, 15 chains that you can move across and find coins. And so, like, I don't know why we would need a bunch of different exchanges. Once you're interoperable, or interoperability, you can communicate with a bunch of other chains and you can have all the coins and things from all the other chains. Like, why do we need, literally at this point, probably 30, 35, 40 decentralized exchange? At least, 25, 30 of them are new and haven't been around more than like a year. I think that's kind of crazy. I don't think we need that many. It's saturation. So this is called Whetstone or Wheatstone. I guess not wheat, it's Whetstone Research. This looks weird. They've raised 10.3 million. I don't know. The name and the icon here just don't really strike me as your typical crypto. Whetstone Research is a team focused on the development of on-chain markets. Let's see if we get a better explanation. Its work center on building protocols and inference and interface. What am I reading? Boy, I need some more coffee. Let's start over. Its work centers on building protocols and interface on decentralized financial systems. I don't know why that sentence was so weird to me. Pretend like that never happened. Hilarious. We're building the future of on-chain markets, they say. Our first product is Doppler, a hyper-efficient price discovery and liquidity bootstrap protocol on the Uniswap ecosystem. Okay, so they're building with Ethereum and over on Uniswap. Second product is Pure Market, a front-end DeFi and the first application built on top of Doppler. Okay, so Doppler is kind of the base layer here, and Pure Market is the first application and stuff. Can't really go nowhere. Like, there's no up and down really on that website. So they're connected with Uniswap. That makes them pretty Ethereum centric. So Whetstone is laying the foundation of the future financial markets from from releasing, bro, I can't read. What the heck just happened? Releasing the initial white paper to production. Doppler is powering top tier applications. Yeah, some days I guess I just can't read. I didn't know I wasn't having a hard time until I messed that up. Now I'm messing everything up. 2,890 followers, pin post, 16,000. I mean, it's good in comparison from May 7th. From May 7th, 2025? Whoa. That feels like a really long time ago. All right, let me get off of their Twitter. Not exciting, in my opinion, whatever this Whetstone research. Now, they might build some really nice foundational stuff that later will be very important to decentralized infrastructure. I could see that. But the project itself is not very exciting. All right, so then we have this Tinbin Labs. Tinbin Labs is a project operating in the field of financial asset tokenization. So they're about tokenization. It focuses on representing assets as digital tokens with the mechanism for liquidity, accounting, settlement, and redemption with distributed network. Man, I really shook my confidence there, shaking my confidence with messing stuff up. Now I'm hesitant to read 7.1 million total market cap. I know it's all in my head. I'm overthinking it. It'll fade. I'll forget about it in like 3 minutes here. All right, so Tinbin Labs, 2,860 followers, is excited to announce 7.1 million seed round from Galaxy HQ to tackle the broken tokenization space of today. Hey, the best of luck to them, because nobody seems to, a lot of people talking a big game about tokenization. I don't know if they're just quietly building in the background, but I don't really hear a whole lot of like news coming out of it, you know? I really don't. So 112,000 impressions from this simple minute video here, very promotional. Don't feel bad, Underground. I can't read, spell, or see. I'm all messed up. Well, I appreciate your support. I could figure out what I want. I'm hoping it will help me with my arthritis. Blues guys, isn't it more like boron that they say is good for arthritis? You would know. All right, and that's Tinbin Labs. They're focused on tokenization. We didn't go to their website. We'll check out their website, Tinbin, because I do judge a project pretty hard by their website. Not gonna lie. If you have a crappy website, it just says to me like if somebody was for some reason had enough excitement to come look at your website and then you just have a crap website, well, it just ruins the excitement. But so far so good here. Tokenized assets with TradFi liquidity and DeFi utility. Tokenization protocol built for deep liquidity, instant redemption, and institutional scale settlement on chain, right? So they want to have deep liquidity because when institutions are doing things, they have big money, right? They need deep liquidity. Otherwise, they just wreck markets when they move around. That's why they most likely want to be in Ethereum and BTC, because the amount of money that they're talking about would literally make or break a token. It would make it when they put the money in there, and then it would break it when they pulled the money out. Liquidate assets in seconds, not days. I don't know if that's good. I don't know if we need to give institutions the power to liquidate, billions of dollars in seconds. Like, whew, that sounds terrible. I'm not gonna lie. Redeem 24 seconds, 24-hour X vault. That's what? That's gold, right? Pretty sure that's gold. Built for trust. Okay. All right, and so this is Tinbin Labs. They love TradFi, right? They love institutions. Probably not really geared towards retail. And that's kind of everything here. Now, I do have the top gainers, top losers pulled up. But before we do that, I really want to tell you guys a story. It says, UGU hilarious. I can't stop laughing. A boron, or a moron who is very boring. Hey, there you go. Yeah, that's what they meant. Boron is just a moron who's very boring. I don't know what I said that Blues Guy thinks is really funny, but I'm glad I said it, right? All right, let me tell you a story. This is a short story here at Underground Crypto about where crypto value come from. Everybody put your thinking caps on. I know you got them sitting next to you. Pen, pad, notebook, ready to go. Let's do this thing. Exactly. I got y'all bedtime stories. It's 9:30 where I'm at, so don't go to sleep immediately after the story, but maybe when I'm done going live. Anyways, early on, crypto felt simple. If a token was going up, it felt valuable. If it was going down, it felt broken. Price became a shortcut to understanding everything, right? People heavily relied on what the price was doing as far as if something was valuable or not. But over time, something strange happened. Some projects stayed relevant even when the prices collapsed. Others faded away even when massive hype, and slowly it became clear that price wasn't telling the full story. Underneath every crypto system, money is moving. Someone is paying, someone is earning, someone is subsidizing the experience, but most people never stop to ask who. In many systems, users aren't paying at all. They're being paid to participate, tokens are emitted, rewards are distributed, and activity looks healthy. Until the incentive slows down. When they do, usage often disappears with it. That's when the difference between real value and artificial demand becomes obvious. Protocols that last don't rely on constant token issuance. They rely on users willingly paying for something useful, block space, liquidity, security, or coordination, some kind of real value. This is where crypto starts to resemble a real system. Fees replace subsidies, revenue replaces inflation, and sustainability replaces growth at any cost. Most tokens never make this transition, though. They were never designed to make that transition. They were designed to attract attention, bootstrap activity, and tell a compelling story. Can you tell the difference? What is your crypto IQ? But stories eventually need structure. Understanding where money comes from and where it goes changes how you see everything in crypto. You stop asking which token is popular and you start asking which system actually works. So that shift is the difference between reacting to crypto and understanding crypto. And that's what this series is all about. So it's Monday and we're starting a new series. I hope you enjoyed my short story about it. And I just want to say that this is very much where we are headed in the direction of the series of the week. Now let's take a look at the top gainers, top losers here. And let me refresh it so we got the best stuff. All right, so boron is one mineral. Yep, out of 102. Yep, boron is linked to be the strongest from the minerals. I feel like it's a typo. Linked to be the strongest from the minerals when it comes to calcium accumulation. This is arthritis, right? Calcium accumulation is what causes arthritis, and that's why Celtic salt is great. Take borax. Oh, I said boron. Oh, that's why he was laughing so hard. Yeah, I meant borax. Yeah, that's what I meant. Speaking of which, Sol keeps getting hacked. Hold on, wait. Slow down. I'm all ears. Just don't be a boron. Solana keeps getting hacked? Like, what in Solana keeps getting hacked, Camsta? Oh, Underground, you had a hard time reading and you were making fun of yourself, and that's why I was like, oh, okay, cool. That's fine. And you gotta stop feeding the fear. Follow others more positive, bro. All right. I don't know about Solana getting hacked. You think that would be like big mainstream news right there? All right. So we have this Zilqua. I've seen this project before. I never really tried to say the name of it. When I see stuff like that, I'm like, I don't really need to say that. Let's call it Zil. 109.1 million in market cap. What is this stupid thing, though? Here's where I want to be. Smart contract platform. It's a layer 1 index, so it's a layer 1 and it's made in China. So it's a Chinese layer 1. 21 billion tokens instead of million. 19.9 billion in circulation. Let's go to the max chart on this thing. I thought this thing had been around for a long time. Yep, 2018, February 10th. just not bullish on stuff that's been around that long. That is not, if it's been around this long and it's not a coin you hear about often, like it's not a almost household name, and by household name I mean crypto people's households, not everybody's households, then I just think maybe it's not that great, and I'm honestly not that interested in it. So a big thing here is I'm looking for a couple new tokens to trade, right? So let's go ahead and hop over and let's look at a few charts here. Take you over to Trading View. Of course, so weird. It has to be up. Like, it can't be minimized, because if it's minimized, they like literally won't even let you pull it up. Anyways, that's an OBS thing. Y'all don't need to worry about that. Here we go. All right, so I pulled up ZBCN for a minute. I thought it might be a good coin to trade, but honestly, the liquidity is kind of low. Did someone say ZIL? That's a sleeping bear. Okay. Yeah, it definitely could be. It's Internet of Things. Okay. So is IOTA. Internet of Things is what IOTA stands for, right? Blues Guy says no underground. Okay. So Solana DeFi platform Step Finance hit by 27 million treasury hack. So Solana DeFi platform Step Finance hit by a 27 million treasury hack as the token price craters the platform. Okay, so this is a project in Solana that somehow got hacked. Remember that the word hacked is thrown around a lot, guys. Most of the time it's not hacked. Most of the time they were a victim of phishing, I guess is the way I want to say it, right? If you know what phishing is, with a PH, not an F. And somebody got them to reveal some kind of information, or somebody was like an insider inside the company and had information and they sold it to somebody, or they did something they weren't supposed to, something. Most of the time actually things are not hacked, right? Hacking, like you think you see in a movie and stuff, doesn't really happen very often. It's almost always phishing, right? That's why you got to be careful who's texting you, who you think you're emailing, stuff like that. That's what you want to be very careful about. If somebody calls me and they're like, hey, we're your bank and this happened, I'm like, cool, and I hang up and I call my bank. I don't sit there and give them information. I don't care what information they have, even if the information they have is legitimate. I don't care. I'm going to hang up and I'm going to call a different number, and whoever I call at the bank's number better tell me the same stuff or I don't believe it. Anyways, I digress. Did someone say ZIL? It's a sleeping bear. Okay. Yeah, very interesting to look into. And again, ZIL, I don't really know a lot about. I'm not real big on a bunch of Chinese coins and stuff like that. Not because of like America first or whatever. I understand, like, you know, this is a global thing that we're a part of. I just haven't seen a lot of them perform all that great. Maybe Chainlink. I know Chainlink is pretty heavily Chinese or Asian market. Would probably be a better way to say it, right? Boron is the mineral and borax is the cleaning product that they say is toxic, but it ain't. Okay. It's pure boron. Got you. And it makes sense they would just call it borax, because you can actually trademark borax as a name, but you can't really trademark boron as what it actually is. I mean, this is BTC. I see it looks like maybe a bit of a turnaround. I wouldn't get too excited right off the bat. I mean, one thing you could say is it looks kind of Bart Simpson-ish on the 1 hour, especially if you zoom in. Makes it look more dramatic. I guess you could also say kind of shoulder, head, and shoulder, right? And that is pretty much if you went and pulled the measure move for the inverted head and shoulder, you'd pretty much get the exact same thing as this flag that I pulled measure move from, because it's the same thing you're pulling. You ever notice that? Anyways. And then if it was a cup with a handle, it's the exact same thing. So that's 3 patterns pretty much in one. The flag with the measured move, the inverted head and shoulder, or the cup and handle, all can kind of fit in the same thing. And then of course you also can't sleep on, the flag that you have there basically. Now, this would be to make it pretty sharp of a flag. It's a good chance it's going to wind up more like this. But again, this is a 1 hour chart. So I haven't looked at this in advance. I didn't come with a preset of something I wanted to tell you about. Matter of fact, I haven't been trading BTC very much lately. And so, you know, there's a lot more money to make other places. XRP still free falling. Look what will happen soon with Solana coming to Flare. Yep. Bringing DeFi together. Oh yeah, the interoperability. That's what makes it really work. That's to me what makes it capable of onboarding and being useful far into the future is the fact that you know, a lot of stuff will work in a ecosystem and outside of crypto by itself, right? Like if you can go to the store and you could potentially, like, you know, buy something with your Solana that you have, well, then you're starting to really see adoption. Of course, BTC you see a little bit other places, but how many places do you know take Ethereum? I mean, pretty much if they take any crypto, it's like BTC. All right, on the 15-minute, I mean, this looks kind of obvious, this M. Kind of have to transcend that M there a little bit. And yeah, it looks like it's probably 15-minute, looks like it's probably coming back down to the 200, but you got above the 200-day moving average on the 15 for BTC. That's you know, quite you know, notable for one, and for two, you pulling back, you're still above the 200, you're in a flag above the 15, and your 15-minute stochastic is reset. Where's the 1 hour is a little high. 1 hour does seem like it wants to roll over on you, and the 4 hour is high as well. And honestly, a lot of times when the 4 hour and the 1 hour are in the same, you know, place, both high or both low, and you come to the 15, it is kind of different, but you got to think when the 15 goes and tops out, they're probably all three are going to dump in unison a lot of times. That's my opinion, not financial advice. I probably won't be trading BTC. And I thought it was really interesting that Sam said today on the morning stream, if you go to open a trade and stuff, they've changed a lot of the funding and stuff like that, and like the margin and how much money you have to put into margin to really move the needle, and it's kind of crazy, to be honest with you. I don't know how often that changes. I just hope Sol won't get a bad rap for bad security. Yeah, maybe. I think they have to, Cam said, I think they really got to get to the bottom of what happened. Did they get phished or did they actually get hacked? Because that's a huge difference. Because if Sol got hacked, like legitimately hacked, I think that's a bigger problem for blockchain technology across the board more than just Solana. That's a much bigger issue. Link is a beast for sure. I like GRT and HBAR a lot, man. Near 2. Haven't looked at the charts, but the projects are fire. Okay, Plague Dogs. Yeah. It's funny. I don't think I have any of those. GRT. What is GRT again? I know I've heard of that many times. Let me look that up. It's not the graph, is it? GRT. It is the graph. Okay. So I actually own quite a bit of quite a bit. It's not that much, but I own a little bit of the graph. So I'm definitely there with you on the graph. I like Link. I just never really bought any. Near, I do like. I like I didn't used to like Near very much, but I like where they've gone in the last like 2 years. The direction they've gone in, I do like that. So I like them. I like Near a lot more than I used to like Near. And what else do we got going on? It's supposed to be a crucial to the future of crypto, though. Yeah, Link, Chainlink for sure. Chainlink is an oracle, so yeah. Before its time, I guess. And what does an oracle do? An oracle feeds information and data, right? And if you're going to have all this AI and AI agents, autonomous networks and stuff, you need somebody who can feed good, reliable, real-time data. Otherwise, the agentic networks and the AI are not really all that useful, in my opinion. Like, they're not that good and capable of being up-to-date and relevant without a good oracle. So, looks like the 1 minute's falling out of this flag. We drew this flag, but in reality, I see it more as an M. You might even get another shoulder here. I don't know. And it might just keep going, and you might just be in a range, right? That could be as well. I know, you ever heard of range-based trading? AJ writes crypto, for anybody who doesn't know who that is. I know he likes to range-based trade a lot. So basically he would set up, support and resistance, which I am way too zoomed in to be looking at. All right, let's go look at something else. Or way too zoomed out, I should say. All right, so let's look at something else. Mark maybe your tops, your lows there. That seems to be a pretty common place. That one's definitely one. And then maybe we could go into like a 15 and find some more. You almost need to go the other way, down to like the 3 minute. Anyways, there you go. You can kind of see the range that you're in. And if this breaks here, it's probably going to go down lower. XRP just broke $1.60. I'm free falling. Yeah, there you go. Linked into translation language of all ISO 20020. Yep. Protocols and stuff. It's a main translator between XRP and the bridge. Yeah. Does it utilize the power of Borox though? Oh, Cam's is trolling tonight. Only the real Boron would turn a blind eye to Borox. Hilarious. Campsta, he's doing his comedy routine for us. All right, River. Let's look at River. I mean, look at this coin, guys. Like, come on. Tell me that that's not ugly. Super ugly. It's been I guess it's like that V-shaped recovery, but it's inverted. Kind of see a sideways head and shoulders. Yeah. You're talking about BTC, right? Yeah, exactly. Or are you looking at XRP? You have to let me know. And of course, most things absolutely getting crushed out here. Chainlink is key. Oracle, yes, exactly. Well, this is River, and River topped out at about $86. I think it was really 87, but whatever. And it's just straight down. Like, when's the last time you saw a 4-hour chart like straight down? No bounce, no relief, nothing, just straight down. And then you finally got this little bounce right here. You had a low, and I told you guys this thing went lower than $11. I don't know why they were saying that, but this is also a perpetual, right? This is perpetuals, so it's going to be slightly different. And then you kind of bounce, got an inverted head and shoulder. This coin doesn't usually respect many patterns at all, especially while it's falling. It made many head and shoulders, but it's a much bigger head and shoulder on the 1 hour than maybe anywhere else. I don't know why I was so zoomed in on that. Don't really see much divergence there. And we had like bullish divergence on and it eliminated it. No, it's still there on the 4 hour. I just don't know if I can trust it, this coin, in its legitimacy, I guess you could say, right? So that's slightly up, and then if you come pull the thing that's obviously down, and that would be hidden bullish divergence as far as I understand divergence. Not a master at TA. I don't know if anybody ever is a complete master. Unless they shorted, of course. I hope no one bought the top of that and held. Oh yeah, if you bought the top of River and held, whew, that would be rough. Luckily I'm trading in and out of it and stuff. I do like this bounce though, and kind of the first, let's go into like the 15, right? And you'll see it's kind of like the first higher high right here. First higher high, is that a mark of a trend change? Is that a fluke? It's almost double topish, but it is higher technically. Now what the heck are we doing? We kind of got the move for the inverted head and shoulder a little bit, something like that. You didn't get the full move there, but you did. You got back above the 15,200, but you lost it, and then you bearishly retested it. I shorted this a couple of times just earlier, and I got my, I made like 52 bucks, and I moved on because I knew I was starting the show soon. So who knows? We might get into a little bit more of a trade of it. But I mean, I honestly really feel like this thing was going back down to at least double bottom down here at like $10. 15 minute is reset though. No real clear divergence here, in my opinion. It actually looks like a head and shoulder. Sorry, what are we talking about? Link a monster. Imagine if you shorted the whole way down, though. Yeah, if you would have shorted the whole way down, you would have made bank. But I'm going to tell you, most of the time, if you thought that a coin was going to make a move like this, you would short it and you would probably get turned around somewhere, right? It would short and you would have got turned around here and it would have trended sideways. Like, in my opinion, I don't see many coins in crypto dive that hard. But then again, you got to remember, I've been trading exclusively BTC for a while. So there's that. All right, let's go get the 7 minute. I mean, definitely head and shoulder-ish. That last shoulder wasn't really correct there. There you go. That'd have a pretty crazy measured move. I mean, I'm pretty sure that would take you pretty much right back down to the bottom. Oh yeah, and then some. Basically take you down to the bottom. Maybe the support there that held this up would hold you up again. Or let's drop to the 15 minute. Will this area here, how we kind of were falling, and then you bounced up, and then you kind of keep falling? Because I mean, that looks a lot to me like this right here, right? You were falling. It'd be nice if the brush was where you were falling, you bounced up, and then you just kept falling, and you bounced up, and all it ever did was come back to touch the 200 and lose it. I mean, you got above the 200 a little bit right here, but other than that, like nothing. You got like nothing as far as getting above the 200, and then you finally just got back above the 200 again. But doesn't that area look a lot like that other area I just showed you? Maybe River's going to zero. I have absolutely no idea. Anyway, some other coins that we wanted to look at. Anybody have anything else? Oh, silver. Yeah, that's right. How is River affected by silver? Absolutely no idea. Silver to pump. All right, so let's go look at silver. Change this one. I don't want to change my River one. So XAG. Bang. Okay, so River falling off a cliff on the 1 minute. But that's not that crazy. It's a 1 minute chart. I mean, you could say on the 1 hour, like it's trying to. Oh wait. I was gonna say inverted head and shoulder. No. This is an Adam and Eve double bottom, which is a good pattern. If I had to pick like one pattern to trade by, Adam and Eve is one of them. That would be one of my top picks. I don't know what else I would pick. Probably an Adam and Eve. I've watched them play out so many times that I have a lot of confidence in Adam and Eve's. But it depends on the actual project a lot of times. Like, I'm gonna be honest, on River, I don't know if I believe any of the TA that River ever does. Just because like I've watched it, it'll make inverted head and shoulder after inverted head and shoulder after inverted head and shoulder, and none of them play out on that dump. I mean, if you zoom in and go to the 15 or the 5 minute, you will see one after another, and they all dumped. All of them dumped. Pretty wild. River is being drained to death slowly. Exactly. And so here's the real question. This is why I keep messing with River a little bit. Is because if we turn around and get a little bit bullish, and whoever was making a bunch of money, whoever ran River up the first time, they might come back and run it up again. And if I notice it start pumping really hard, I might have to play around with it. But other than that, like, I really need another coin. I need a better coin to play with. River maybe, silver maybe is my new River. That's how it's linked, bro. Okay, ask me questions. I love at camp. So there you go. I know gold and silver took a hit when the Fed chair replacement was announced because he's hawkish. But apparently he will play ball with Lord Emperor Trump. That's hilarious. Camsta, why do you say that the new Fed chair is hawkish? BTC 15-minute 200. All right, let's go look. For the bounce. Yeah. And it's a little deceiving, right? Because like on the 50, has anybody else noticed this? I've noticed this for a long time. It's not news to me, but like look at where price is on the 15. 78,154. Then go to the 1 minute. And the price is at 77,009, 79. I don't know if like on the 15 minute it like averages or something until the next candle closes in 7-8 minutes here. I don't know why there's such a disparity in price. Like, shouldn't price be price? Like, price should be where it's at, right? Anyways, if you look at where that 200 is on the 15, right? You just come down here and that's basically all of 77,898. Then we jump to the 1 minute and we find 77,898. It's basically right here. It even moved that up a hair. That's one of our support lines that we already had drawn. You could try to bet on a bounce here. This little weird thing that I have here, it's like a indicator with a bunch of stuff added together. It did print a, let's see, I like to do this because I'm kind of blind to what it looks like above, but let's see, let's go to the last time it printed. Let's just bounce up. Let's look at all the times that it printed this green triangle. All right, now let's see how many of those resulted in big pumps. Nope. So I wouldn't bet my money on it. I mean, the green circles seem like it did better. Indicator's interesting. I have a buddy of mine who is very bullish on this indicator, but like I almost feel like maybe he didn't really know how to do TA. One of my favorite things about the Lifer Vision and the Lifer TA is that there's no magic indicator coming to save you and make you money. Like, you have to kind of understand what the heck is going on here. Bro, I know, bro, Underground, I told you, man, that yeah, silver bottomed. It's gonna blow everybody's mind. Monster pump. Yeah, I could see it. He said maybe, LOL. At the end of all that bullish, he's like, maybe, LOL. Take a look, see at XRP. Yep, we'll do that in a second. What are you drinking, boss? Just coffee. Sugar-free coffee from the Wawa, the best gas station in the world. Last time I saw you say monster pump, it was when River was going to zero with UG's long. Oh, he's snapping. Why so feisty tonight, Camsta? Who hurt you? Show us on the doll. All right, and I'm just messing with you, man. So I'm sure you know that. Yeah, 1 minute BTC kind of falling off a cliff here down to the 15 minute. It's also very double bottom-ish, but I mean, would have thought you would have got kind of a nicer price action. That's pretty ugly price action. Let me pull like a fib. Let's pull a fib. From what, our best impulse? That would start down here. I mean, this thing's been pumping today. Like, if you look, you haven't really made much of a dent in anything, but this whole thing right here was like nothing but pump. If you were scalping and stuff throughout that, if I was playing my model on that, I could have did pretty well on that. Anyways, you made a big M at the top. You might get another shoulder for a shoulder, head, and shoulder. But I guess it's all eyes on the 15-minute 200. And from there, I don't really have a whole lot else to say about it, and I will move on to something else for a second. We'll check back in with silver, because I didn't really run through silver like I wanted to. Silver losing the 15-minute 200. Seems kind of cat ear-ish. Can you get a cat ears? The dollar being in trouble. There you go. Write this date in your calendar. If silver pumps again, I'm ready this time. No. River and precious metals, yes. Even platinum and copper now. So you think River's gonna pump too, or just Silver? I'm all here for Silver or for River pumping, and River's getting to the point where it's like I almost might open a decent little long low leverage or something because it's getting so low in price. Like, how much lower do you think River is going? I guess it could go back to $1.50 where it really started at. Now, somebody wanted me to look at XRP. Let's look at XRP. Yeah, I always click the wrong template here. You are about to witness the biggest pump ever. Epic pump. Epic, boys and girls. Hey, we're here for it. I'm here for it. If it pumps, I'll be trading it. All right, now we need to change it to XRP. I know I have XRP here somewhere. There we go. There's XRP. And I am on a perpetual, so keep that in mind. Might slightly vary from your chart. It looks like it's making a big inverted head and shoulder. Maybe that's what Plague Dogs was talking about here earlier in the chat. I mean, otherwise, what do you got? You got like some kind of flag. Where would I want to flag this from? Something like this. I mean, it's pretty unclear. It's probably more like something like this. And that generally runs something like this. If you could even get it, and you could still have, this is a 1 hour chart, so this thing could trend down, bounce. I mean, honestly, a lot of times I like to do like this, out of the pattern, back in the pattern, and then just get really tight. And it could be quite some time before you get a pump here. Absolutely. And then I noticed, like, usually you don't get the head and shoulder. Is not what you normally get at the bottom of a pump. Usually get a head and shoulder on a pump up, or I'm sorry, I'm in a dump, and then you get the head and shoulder, and on a down you usually get the inverted. They're reversal patterns, right? The head and shoulder is usually a pump reversal pattern to the bottom, and inverted head and shoulder usually a reversal bottom to a dump. There, I said it right and didn't mess it up that time. I think I didn't mess it up that time. All right, let's grab this, get rid of that. Anyways, it's kind of what I see there. Let's see what's going on with the 15-minute. Everything pretty much losing. The 15-minute 200. BTC kind of threatening to hold it. But we'll see. Actually, it looks like it's losing it right now. Maybe. Yeah, it's really just hanging right there. We'll have to check back in on that shortly. So with everything pretty much dumping. And look, XRP. When did we draw this, right? We drew this quite some time ago. The bearish div on the daily. It really played out. Bearish div on the daily. I think that's hidden bullish, bearish divergence. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. It's hidden bullish. I'm much better with the bullish divergences. I mean, I know bearish divergence, but sometimes I'll get the hidden and the regular a little bit confused. They're inverse from each other. Once you figure that out, it helps a lot. Like if you look at what a hidden bullish divergence is on the bottom, I'm pretty sure that the bearish divergence is inverse from that. Hopefully I'm not confusing you guys too much. Yeah, so maybe I just need to short River because everything is dumping and losing its 15 and just dumping and dumping and dumping. That if I see River bounce back up to like the 1 minute 200 or something, probably just going to wait for River to bounce. Get a little bounce of some sort and then just probably short it. It seems like the move for just about everything. Now, what were the other two coins that I really wanted to talk about? They were Cent, right? And Zama. Those were the two I really wanted to look at. So let's see, can we even get Zama on anything here? Very disappointed Zama's not on MEXC yet, but I guess we'll just have to wait. I guess I could check on Weex. I'm sorry, I meant Weex, not MEXC. Whatever. I don't even remember which one I said. Swap. I guess we might as well look at it. Oh, this is perpetuals on Binance. Let's look at that. Holy moly, Zama is dumping. That's weird. I thought the chart looked different. Maybe I'm thinking of Cent or something. Yeah, I think I'm thinking of Sentient. All right, well, let's get the heck off the 1 day because there's not really a bunch of information there. So let's look at the 1 hour for Zama. Just dumping. Like, the thing is, like, River is not special when it comes to this dump, right? Like, at first I was like, oh, maybe River's dead. Like, maybe River is a terrible project. But in all honesty, everything is dumping really hard. I mean, according to the Lifer, we've been in a bear market for a while. We might have. I think he's right. And I mean, pretty confident that he's right. Honestly, that we've been in a bear market for a while. And hopefully, I saw somebody post today that, like, the fact that we've been in a bear market for a while, if that's true, means we're probably almost done with the bear market. And this is not talking about the 4-year cycle, right? Did you guys read the River description I sent to y'all? In the chat today? Oh, yeah, you're better off just reposting it. Exactly. River is a decentralized finance protocol building a chain abstraction stablecoin system designed to unify liquidity across and yield across multiple blockchains without traditional bridges. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense to me. So what do you say, my man? That underground lost because of me? I don't think it was my fault. Let's ask Underground. Maybe it's my fault he lost. No, it's my fault that I lost. I don't know what the heck y'all were talking about. But if I get in the trade, guys, and I lose it, that is my fault. I listen to other people, but I don't act off of what other people do, ever. Gonna go long, River. Looks like it wants to round a local bottom and pay a couple of bills. Says, I was just teasing you, bro. You were trying to be positive for him. Yeah, that was a pretty funny show. That went a little bit long. I think I was live till like 12:30 in the morning. That was a pretty long show. Not gonna lie. Yeah. So anyways, everything is pretty much doing this epic fall. Now, Zama's a new coin. I guess we wait for this thing to kind of find a bottom. I mean, it's rounding. It's rounding pretty hard. And you could say, well, how low could it go? Honestly, it still has a lot of money in its market cap, so it could go a lot lower. That's my analysis. It could go a lot lower because there's still a lot of money to come out of the market cap. Hold on a minute. Let me turn this fan on over here. It's getting too hot with my space heater over here. All right. Thank you. Thank you for that slight delay for a minute. All right. So what was the other coin? Cent. I wanted to look at Cent. Let's look at Cent. And this is Sentient. Does anybody remember any other coins that I wanted to look at that I said I might be interested in trading? Let's type in like USDT. I guess on Binance. Why not? Let's look at Mexi. I don't know. Actually, I think Binance has probably got the better, fuller liquidity here to look at. The weird thing is, like, everything's been dumping and like Cent is actually pumping. It's kind of weird. Why is this thing pumping? I don't know. Kind of broken pattern trading for you. This is honestly kind of ugly. This would look a lot better on the 4-hour than it does on the 1 hour, because then this would look like it wasn't 3 different pumps and it was like one big pump, even though it wasn't. No, it hasn't even been around long enough, guys, to have a 200-day moving average on the 4-hour. Keep that in mind. This is all very new token. Technically, it's coming down to test the 200, it looks like. I'm trying to put it in some kind of flag of some sort, not to make it bullish, just to like consolidate it into a flag, but I don't really know how much I love the flag. I'd have to go trade something more like in the 15. Again, just like everything else, everything does, like, you go look at a lot of charts and you'll notice they all kind of doing the same thing. Cent is kind of losing its 15-200. Going to the 5. Yep, losing the 5-minute 200. And the 1 minute is under the 200, kind of curving down. I mean, look at this. Curving down. And if I've learned anything from watching River for like a week, it's just like, you know, it just kind of trends down with it. At some point it might come up and get close, but then it goes down, and then at the bottom it'll go up above it, and then just keep trending down, and we'll see how that ages for Cent. And that kind of looks like what everything is. This is kind of making me feel like it should be short. How far has River already dipped here? On the 3 minute. And again, look at that 21 just holding it down. If you look at like a lot of everything, it's been the 21 that's held like everything underwater. 21 held it underwater. 21 held it underwater. 21 held it underwater. So you almost can look and say, like, when you break under the 21 on like a time frame bigger than like the 1 minute, it's probably going to stay under it for a while. I think that might be my sign to short. When I see it get above the 21 and then lose it again. All right, cool. So enough of that. Let's get back to something else here. Welcome to a Monday show. Thank you for being here on a Monday, everybody. I do really appreciate that. Get back so I can see what you see. All right, cool. So we got top gainers were, you know, Zill, Molt, Kinetic, Unify AI, Zig Chain. A lot of like coins you don't hear about a lot. That one Chinese coin I was talking about the other day, it's down 33%. ETH gas is down. A lot of the things that were more up earlier in the week. Zama, nice to see Zama actually have a token generation event, right? And here's Weex, where I've been trading. Might open up just like a small short. Again, I made 52 bucks today. I'm not mad at it. At this point, if the trend is down, I'm mostly just waiting for us to get some kind of like little pop, just a small little pump, and that'll give me a better entry for a short. What is going on? All right, I need to refresh this. This is over on CoinGlass, where I'm looking at liquidity for stuff, and you're pretty much there. And you know what? Earlier, I was going to throw a small short in and wait for it to get down to this liquidity at 15.1. There was like 600,000 here, and I wish I would have did that. But hindsight is 2020. It does seem like you're definitely going down to this 15.1. Like the fact that it trended all the way down here like this, it's hard to believe that it's not going to take out this 15.1. But let's go look at liquidity on a couple of different things. What I don't like is, like, I just want all the exchanges liquidity put into one map. That's what I want. I don't want to look at it in 13. Like, I don't want to have to keep changing from one exchange to the other exchange. It's kind of annoying. Let's zoom in here. Looks like there is actually 43,000 at 18. That's not very significant. 272 at 15.1, which is not very far from where we are right now. 15.1. Okay. Starting to get a little bit of a bounce here. Let's see if we even break that top. There we go. I don't want a long, I want a short. I hate when I accidentally hit the long button because that's just like what I'm so used to hitting. Kind of wouldn't open the short until I see like the 1 minute kind of top out here. What's the 3 at? Do a run through of my Stokes. 3's already high. The 1 hour's low, which means you could get a pump. Could pump in my face. 15 minute is also low. 5, 3, and the 1. That makes me a little weary about shorting it. With the 1 and the 15 minute trending in the same direction, that makes me a little nervous. So here we go. I said I wanted a little pump. Basically for me, I just play the model, the life revision model. When I'm a little unsure here, I'm going to wait to see if we can get above the 200. I don't have to immediately get in here. And I've seen it before. You do have to wonder why you would trend down so hard, right? Just to get down to right where all the liquidity is and then not hit it. But it did that to me the other day. That's actually what got me chopped up really hard the other day, was the fact that there was a huge chunk of liquidity and we got right to it and then we didn't hit it. It was really silly. Couldn't believe it. And then it's like, which one of these am I supposed to look at? I like the symbol. I don't know if the symbol just puts like multiple exchanges together. But on symbol, I'm like, I don't really know what liquidity I'm looking at here. All right, so you just got a big pump up into liquidity. A lot of times that big pump up into liquidity is just nothing more but a grab of liquidity before you go lower. Very tempted to enter short here. Broke above here. Let's see what she wants to do. XRP pumping back up, XRP doing the same. Yeah, and again, you look at a lot of these things, and a lot of them will be kind of exactly the same. All right. This thing kind of looking like it's losing steam here. All right, I'm going to open short. Probably a little bit early here. Stupid. I hate this thing so much. I wish I could just set it permanently on market. Like, I would have been in the money already. I wanted to be in market and not limit, but it constantly resets it. It resets it even when I don't refresh the page. It also resets it, which is very annoying. I'd already be in the money here. I probably would have already grabbed whatever it was. So we need to add to margin for sure. Let's add $200 to margin. So you can see I'm in the trade for $20, but I added $200 in margin. And let's see, because a lot of times these pumps are like, if you just look back, pump went down lower, pump went down lower, pumped went down lower. You know, pumped here, kind of went sideways, got another pump, went lower. And so the trend is your friend, I guess, until it isn't your friend anymore. Up $2.50. Kind of like to see it lose. High chance that, you know, it pumps back up. That's why I'm in for like a really small amount. Let's see. We'd have to get to $24.50 basically for me to get liquidated for my $219. UG, my man, wait. What am I waiting for? What's up, bro? Yep, I've seen that liquidity grab 1,000 times. I only fell for it 909 times. You're hilarious. Go, UG. Favorite part of the show. Yeah, so we're just chilling right now. I don't want to add much to this short unless we get a nice drawdown. But I'm pretty scalpish. Like, if there's a big move down, I want to in and out of it, in and out of it, in and out of it a few times. Because every time I go in and out, I reposition myself. Oh, we got 17 people here. Smash that like button. You think River will drop? Please reconsider. It might. It might not. Yeah, well, I mean, price might go up. It might go down is you know, that's everything all the time, right? Everything might go up and it might go down. I don't really know. I mean, you are kind of rounding on this 21, but like I've seen this over and over with River, right? It's like you were rounding here and you fell down. I mean, that almost looked like it was rounding. Not crazy. You were rounding here and you fell down. You know, you rounded here pretty good and then you eventually fell down. I don't know. The reason why I'm feeling a little more towards two things why I'm shorting right this second. One, big stack of liquidity underneath, and we've just trended all the way from like $18 all the way to get down here to this liquidity. Highly likely it's going to sweep that liquidity. It doesn't usually trend that hard in a direction to never touch that liquidity. Okay, what's going on here? I wish I could zoom in on this chart, right? That would be nice. But yeah, there's 567,000 at 15.1 and we're at 15.8. We'll see. Sometimes it goes down and gets near that liquidity and then bounces. It makes almost no sense, but we'll see. Are you shorting? Yes, I'm short, Camsta. Exactly. I support you. Hey, I appreciate that. Now, there's a chance this thing might try to make a run back for the 200, and I might take a loss. I've already made $56 today, so if I could keep my loss down under $56, I'd be pretty happy. And then we kind of mark our previous high here that we got going on. And it just like show me the strength. It is rounding pretty good. I give it to you. But I feel like we're probably going down back to this bottom here. here. Not necessarily this bottom here, but this bottom here. I don't know. I'm not seeing like a ton of bullishness across the altcoins. And remember, BTC pumping doesn't usually mean that altcoins are going to pump, right? A lot of times as BTC pumps, people pull out their positions on altcoins and go try to trade Bitcoin, which causes it to fall down more. So does it make a higher high right now, or does it make a lower low? That's kind of the question. Are you going to break this wick up here? Or are you not going to break this wick up here? Let's go look at the 3 minute. It was not a tweezer top like this one was. As you'll see, like this over here, right here, tweezer top. This one not a tweezer top, at least not yet. It might look like a tweezer top on the 5 minute though. Let's see, does it look like a tweezer top on the 5 minute chart? Yeah, that would be a tweezer top on the 5 minute chart if it can close to the downside, which it's doing. I'm back in the positive, and let's see if we can get a little bit of a move. From here, it's all up. You at a bottom. I don't know about that, man. It went to $10. And also, I'm just looking for the liquidity, guys. I'm just looking for the liquidity at 15.1. Like, this is not a, I think it's going to dump for 10 hours, and I'm trying to ride it all the way to the bottom. Like, 15.1 is right here. Like, I'm just trying to get to there. That's really all I'm looking for. Will it give it to me? I don't know. But I'm in a very small range. My liquidation is $25 or $24.50, right? So like, I'm really not tripping. Now, I would like to add, kind of distracted talking about a million things that I normally wouldn't be. I would like to add to this short a little bit, honestly. And you haven't been able to get above the 1 minute 200 in a while. So really, when I see it break above the 200 on the 1 minute, then I will be a little bit more worried. The last green cycle was weak AF. Yep, it sure was. Yeah, the bottom is $10. I think it has more on the more red on the MACD. It was too short. Incoming. I mean, he thinks it's gonna rip. I mean, we just ripped and took a bunch of liquidity. There's not like a whole lot of liquidity left to grab up here. What's it gonna? I guess there's some at like 16.9, but then there's just no liquidity above you. If it is gonna rip up, which I think it might, I think it's gonna come down here and grab this huge liquidity underneath it. I mean, you're talking about 700,000 in liquidity, just barely below you. Like, it don't have to travel far to get that liquidity. And again, the way that this works is I'm in for $20, right? I kind of want it to move against me. I want it to move against me a little bit. That's part of the strategy. Now, I don't want it to pump for 4 hours. Like, I don't want it to pump for 4 hours. That would be terrible. I just want it to pump up a little bit and give me better positions for my short. Most likely going to get, rejected at the 200 here. My main problem is I don't have enough money in this short right now. I would like to have more money in this short. Almost looks like it's making a head and shoulder. I don't go crazy over patterns on, patterns on the 1 minute don't really do it for me. You could say it's flagging out above the 21 underneath the 200. But remember, bullish patterns underneath the 200 have, a less likelihood of playing out. It's going, guys. Here comes the popcorn. What are you basing that off of, Blue Sky? Like, I would really love to know. I do think it'll probably go up because of 15 in the 1 hour. Look good for a pump. I just think there's a high probability it comes and grabs this liquidity to the bottom before it goes up. And honestly, if we get up to the 200, we lose the 200, and we get above the 200 and flag out, 21 comes up and crosses. Like, when price action here breaks above the 200, that's a problem. When the 21-day moving average gets above the 200, like that's when I'm like, I'm pretty much done with this at that point, you know? Really feeling like it's about to go for that liquidity down here. It did stop short of that liquidity, which is kind of weird to me. But maybe they're trying to suck, because they're about to come for this liquidity, and as they bounce off of it and come up, like they're going to start ripping, where do you think everybody's putting their stop loss? Like everybody's putting their stop loss right here where there's already a ton of liquidity. I don't know. I'd be very surprised if this doesn't come down and grab that liquidity. Let's go, UG. 21 next. The 24. Let's go for a win. I know it will. You know I'm short, right, Blues Guy? I almost am like, are you saying it's going to pump? Are you saying it's going to dump? I don't know. It's starting. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I'll make money, hopefully, either way. Like, if we get back above that 200 and stuff, I'll cut it off for like a $20, $40, $50 loss, and we'll trade an uptrend for the next 4 hours if that's what it's going to do. Appreciate you running that chat up. That 21 is holding pretty steady. When I see it lose the 21, that's when I think it's probably going to go down a little harder. I would like to get a little more money in that trade, but if it does pump up above the 200 and stuff, I'll be annoyed that I did. It's starting. Truly want underground to win. Hey, I appreciate that, but it's all good. I know the risk that I'm taking here. It's live trading, and this little candle is so small, and it just goes blue, white, blue, white. I think nothing is really going to pump until London open. Tokyo is useless. Yeah, most of the time Tokyo is pretty useless. Tokyo might have one little pump during the whole trading, region. That is Tokyo. All right, let's see. Can it break this previous wick high, which was also kind of the wick high over here, maybe, kind of, sort of. All right, let's see it. Is it going to break it? The 4-hour MACD, yep, in 1 hour. Okay, it broke that, showing it like it might want to go higher. 4-hour MACD is looking back to light green because it's all linked to liquidity. Yeah, there you go. All right, so we'll raise this thing up. Let's see, that's kind of our new high there. Let's see if the next candle can break it. I was going to kind of wait for this thing to go up to the 200. What am I down? I'm down 11 bucks. How will I ever manage? All right, we can kind of get rid of that line. I don't need that line. And it's done this to me before where it comes all the way down to liquidity and then like doesn't grab it. And it's just from a market maker, what I understand as far as what I've been taught about market maker and stuff, it doesn't make any sense. But you'll also see that there's really not a lot of liquidity above you. So where is it going? It's got to fill orders, right? Okay, damn it. Not paying attention. I wanted to add to that short. Got me. I'm like, pump back up to that 200. I really wanted to add. All right, maybe I'll split it in half. I'll add 2% here. Oh, man, I just opened a long. I'm an idiot. Whoops. Let's flash close this. All right, let's flash close that long. I hate when I do that. Makes me so annoyed. I'm so used to hitting long that a lot of times I mess it up. Let's see. I know you're short, bro. I hope you win, but it's pamping. Check community chart and Discord. River on MEXC looks way different. UG, you're getting scammed. Long that. Yep. Never mind. I was on the 4 hour. Forget it. I did that today by accident, UG. Yep, exactly. I opened a long on XRP instead of adding to my short. Oh, yeah. It's not that hard to do. And guys, we're just waiting. Like, it's very little money. If the trend changes here and we get above the 200 and we start pumping, we're going to close for somewhere between like a $30 and $40, $50 loss, and then we're going to add. You know, then we'll long, and then we'll go long, and then it'll dump. And we can lose money in both directions, guys. Don't feel bad. Shout out to everybody who's here. Just trading a little bit of River. And River might have bottomed out here. All I know is the trend is your friend until it isn't. And there it goes. Ah, man, if I wasn't chit-chatting and didn't go look at the liquidity, I would have added at the 200. And I'd be in the green now. I got distracted. That's what happens. And then I tried to, and then I opened a long instead of a short. Dang it. UG, I don't know nothing but the fact of my own ignorance, right? Exactly. And that's all I know. Trend is your friend until it isn't. We keep doing these little pumps up to the 200 and getting rejected and then going lower. I don't see any reason why we are not going to go to this liquidity, but also even like $10 at the previous low and make like maybe a double bottom on a higher time frame is one idea. Also, everything else that we've looked at has been, it's losing its 15, minute 200. Almost everything we're looking at. I mean, we were looking to see if BTC would hold. I'm just going to bounce in the background here and see if, BTC did kind of hold it's 200 on the 15, which is a good sign. That's a good sign. I'm not mad about that. And if River on the 5 minute looks like it might be making an inverted head and shoulder, could kind of show that off real quick. You see it on here too. Let's go to the 3. Oh, the 3 looks very different. All right, that was way too zoomed in. I mean, you can kind of see a shoulder, a head, but you kind of still need another shoulder to make that. So we'll see. We'll see if we can pull any money out of a short. If not, we'll flip and trade it the opposite direction. We're down $1. Have a good night, guys. You're almost in the money. Go River, damp it. There you go. Have a good night. Thanks for being here, Camsta. Bedtime for me, UG. Work said I need to make an attempt at being on time for at least until they stop noticing. Yep, you got to do what you got to do, Camsta. Absolutely. Let's go to the 1 minute here. If it would pump up a little bit, I would definitely add. There was a support and resistance flip here kind of thing. I mean, really, it's a little bit lower. And it looks like it just came down and bounced off of support, but it's got to hold that support. I think is the critical issue here. You do have, that was your, 1 minute stochastic pull down, and now it's bottomed. 3 minute high, 5 minute high, 15 minute just getting off the ground, and we know the 1 hour is probably not budged from the ground, and the 4 hour is high though. 4 hour looks like it wants to come out down. Daily is low. And that's where a lot of people, especially when you first start trading, you get really conflicted. Because it's like up, down, up, down. You go look at the 1 hour, it says up. You go look at the 4 hour, it says down. What is going on here? I just got signed out? What the heck? Did it really just sign me out? Well, that's stupid. You saw that? Like, it just literally signed me out in the middle of me sitting here trading with you guys. Like, what the heck? That was retarded. All right. Okay, focus. Yeah, I'm focused. I'm up 22 cents. It looks like it wants to come down for that liquidity there. That's all I know. We're still watching it. Even though I'm logged out, I want to log in live. But I have it on my phone, so I can close my position. The only thing is it's hard to see the chat. Oh, wait. No, I can see the chat over here. It says underground focus. Yeah, I'm focusing, bro. I'm here. Definitely here. I don't like that it logged me out, though. That was stupid. And I really wanted to add to my short. Looks like that I'll draw the line. You have an SR flip here. That part's not really great. I don't love that part. I want to see it lose that support right there. I'm in the green, 64, 98, $1.47, $1.62, but it really needs to lose that support for this short to work out. And yeah, I don't know how much I can trust this little heat map thing. It's a crap ton of liquidity up at 777 at 24.8. Hard to believe it's not going to dip down and grab that 700K though. Like, what has it been dipping all this time for if it's not going to grab that? All right, we're up $3, $4, $5. Might take a minute to get down. Again, I hope everybody's having a great time on a Monday night. We're just rocking here. We've been researching where the money actually comes from. I still have even more educational stuff to give you guys. We told you guys a short story. We read you your crypto bedtime story just for Campsta before he goes to bed. Now he's trying to buy back up. We really need this 1 minute stochastic to reset. I feel like this thing like lives and dies by the 1 minute stochastic, but the 3 minutes still pointing down. Like the 3 minutes still headed down. Even if we just kind of double bottomed here, like I would still be pretty happy with the price action. Up $5, up $6. And I love when it runs through liquidity and it does it like violently. And because I didn't set a take profit, if I set a take profit, right, it would like go right to this and I'd sell. But if it rips through it, I want that full profit, right? And yeah, come on. At this point, it's like, yeah, dude, you're going for the liquidity. Just go, get it over with. Let's go ahead and take profit and move on. You're under the 21 on the 1 minute, looking like you're dipping. You're in a massive downtrend. I'm just making commentary to keep it exciting. I don't even know how many people are here right now, but shout out to anybody who's here at 10:33 p.m. New York time on a Monday night. And I would like to actually do the rest of my notes, but this is what trading does to us. Now I'm up only $2.90, 80 cents. Looks like it wants to pump up. Really need that 1 minute to reset there. Very hard to believe that they're not coming down for some liquidity. They're so close to it. Like you're talking about 15.3 to 15.1. How hard would it be for the market makers to move it down there and grab, a crap ton of liquidity, a ton of liquidations? Seems like an obvious move to me, but sometimes the obvious move is exactly why it doesn't do what it's supposed to do. Everybody who's long in this right now has that close stop loss down here. That even though this thing's going to rip, I don't think they're going to rip it and let everybody have a stop loss so close and make a bunch of money. That's just not the market maker. And you're kind of lower low. If this starts pushing down, that would be a lower low. You did have a higher high over here. I don't know. You're on a 1 minute, so we're not going to get crazy about that. If you look here, it's lower low, or lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high. Nothing but lower highs. 3 minute threatening to curve a little bit, but not necessarily. 5 minutes still trending down. So 3 and 5 minute are against you. The 15 minute is kind of posted up. But it could roll over. Like just because it starts pointing up on the 15 doesn't, like it rolled over here, it rolled over there, it rolled over right here. I mean, it pumped up here, but it still rolled over, and then it rolled over again, and then it trended up and rolled over again. So just because the 15-minute was pointing up doesn't mean everything's going up for the next hour. Crypto Quentin says, I'm still here, just a little occupied. Hey, I appreciate you letting us know that you're still here. It means a lot to me. I'm having an awesome time underground. Glad to hear it. Fun to hang out with you, Underground and Melissa. Yeah, I love hanging out with all you guys, really. It's a lot of fun. Now I'm negative $2. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention for a minute. Still got music rocking. Somebody tell me music is still going here. I'm really annoyed that they logged me out here. That was stupid. Very, very stupid. I'm about to just go ahead and log back in because this thing is not moving quickly. Let's see. Let me see. I'll just log back in real quick. Got to get my Google Authenticator. And remember which one of these are, because I have way too many things on my Authenticator. Ah, crap. It already changed on me. The beauty of the Authenticator changes on you quick. All right, and we're back. It was pumping on me a little bit. Dang it. I wanted to enter in a little higher. I'm like right on my break-even line here, so. I don't know. I don't see the willingness to like rip right now. But again, at 200 is kind of the ultimate for me. See, it's going to break these little highs here. Some decent resistance right here. Let's draw a line. Right there seems to be, you know, you got rejected here, here, here. Who knows if I can trust the liquidity I've been looking at? I have no idea. But I get the feeling this thing's going lower. All right, let's see. Nope, that's not what I wanted. The computer's not cooperating. All right. So, yeah, it's looking like it honestly is going to get some of that follow through with that dump here. I'm here for it. I have like $20 in this trade. This is not a massive trade. Just kind of poking around at what the heck could be here. Pretty hard to believe it doesn't go for that big liquidity at 15.1. All right, trade just turned green. Again, really wanted to add to this. Gonna add the tiniest bit here. All right, that's better. Now it's only 34. I thought it was going to be $40. Nothing crazy. That changed my liquidation so much, though. That's crazy. Still at like $20, though. And here we go. Starting to get a little bit of a move down. Let me pull up the chat on my phone. All right, here we are. No music. Okay, thank you for saying that. Got the music back running. Silver, thank you, Melissa, for telling me that. Silver 15-minute eyes, a good long, no music playing, no music. Okay, thank you. It must have just ended. All right, let's go back over here. We got the music back on. We're starting to get the fall down a little bit. It's kind of not doing anything in any direction right now, right? Almost kind of consolidating in this range. You had to pump up, you had to drop down, and you're still just kind of consolidating here. I'd like to see it break out of this range. There we go. And now it looks like it's going for some liquidity. Let's go. Come on, you could do it. Break that previous low. And like, why else would it be hanging out here unless it was like trying to go for this liquidity? And everybody who thinks they're gonna long this thing now for this ginormous epic long probably has a stop loss right below these candles in Weex. 700,000, and then of course there's 200, 400, and 200, and 400 more. Like, you know, there's $1 million+ in liquidations, like where this green line is, and slightly lower, right? Maybe down to like 14 or something. Let's see. Down to 14.75. So let's see, where's 14.75? Let's go ahead and add this in. 14.75. So like between here, right in here, between those two ranges is like $1 million+ in liquidations. At least on Binance it is. So it's a little hard to believe that they would let this thing rip without first going and getting. Like, you know, when you see the liquidity grab, we talk about liquidity grab in a lot of places on a lot of channels you watch. This is a liquidity grab right here. So it's hard to believe, and all of this is very much below this kind of bottom, or, you know, rounded action there. So it's very hard to believe that they're not going to come down here. The move is not getting the best follow through. I'll tell you that much, that you're not getting the best follow through here. All right. All right, so we're probably going to read these like one at a time in between our trade. Otherwise, it'll be probably a long time. So let's talk about it today. Price versus value. Are they the same thing in crypto? In crypto, price and value are often treated as the same thing, but they are very different. Price is what someone is willing to pay at the moment in time. Value is what a system consistently produces or enables over time. Many crypto assets have had high prices without ever creating sustainable value. Understanding the difference is the first step towards understanding why some protocols survive and others slowly fade. As this is finally getting a little bit of follow through here. When you get to this point and it's like, man, I wish I would have put a little more money in this thing. Oh well. Let's go. Is it respecting this previous like bottom or previous wick? I mean, you're gonna have another previous wick down here. 1 minute's kind of bottoming out on the RSI. Now we're in a good position because at least we're in the green here. And I'm playing really small right now because I don't really trust what's going on much at all. All right, let's get back to our deep dive here. We'll bounce in between, but we still got to raise that crypto IQ, right? Where money enters a crypto system. Money enters crypto systems through a few main paths: transaction fees, issuance, and external capital. Transaction fees are paid by users for block space or services. Issuance introduces new tokens into circulation. External capital arrives through speculation, liquidity, provision, or investment. Only one of these creates sustainable value on its own. Users willingly paying for something useful. Protocol revenue versus token inflation. Protocol revenue comes from users paying fees. Token inflation comes from minting new supply. These are often confused. Inflation can subsidize growth, but it's not revenue. It dilutes holders unless it eventually leads to real usage that generates fees. Many systems never make that transition. Do you follow? Do you understand? Looks like we're still getting a little bit of pull down here. I like it. Will we win this one? And you see why I pay, a lot of attention to the liquidity. I wish I had a straight up Weex liquidity river heat map and not relying on like these other heat maps that are, I don't know, Binance and stuff like that. I don't know if that really correlates, because like if you look at the heat map on, Binance, you go to pairs and then you go to like switch it to like MEXC, it's very different. All right, so you actually have a chunk of liquidity up here at 16.4. 16.4. It's basically your 200 moving average, but then you don't have very much past that. I guess you have a few stepping stones, but I bet it's going to come grab this first. I mean, obviously that's what I'm betting because I am literally short. Dip down here, grab this liquidity, and then it can run up, and there's really not much liquidity to the downside. I don't know, that seems like the sensible thing to do. I love this song, I Understand. I want to hear the song. Yeah, I like that song. Really not seeing a whole lot of strength to the upside here. You do have a pretty good looking cup and handle, but honestly, as far as I've been watching it, it doesn't really respect very bullish patterns underneath the 200. This coin especially. All right, where were we? So usage does not equal value. A protocol can be heavily used while its token captures very little value. Exactly, this is very important. I feel like fees may be redirected elsewhere, subsidies, or burned in a way that doesn't really benefit the holder. This is why adoption alone is not enough. The design of how value flows matters more than raw activity. Check trade. Oh, there we go, starting to get the move. Let's see. Did it only wick? It didn't hit it. It just showed a willingness to go down there. And it looks like it stopped dead where this other wick is over here. Right where that other wick is. That's right where it stopped at. And again, guys, you're talking about moving like another 0.1 to grab to begin to grab like $1 million plus of liquidity. I don't know. At 15.1, there's like $700,000 there in liquidations and stuff. So I don't know. I don't really see it not grabbing that. Did it get it? No, it hasn't grabbed it yet. It likes to really build up the accumulation first before it manipulates. And then distribution. Just going to add a tiny bit to the short here. Liquidation at 19. All right, and we're locked in. Let's see if we can get some follow through. Got to be able to hit that flash close button. And when it goes and dips down into that liquidity, it'll probably be violent, you know? It'll probably violently rip down into that liquidity. It's like a quick, you know, and just dip like really hard. I don't know. That's usually what I've been watching play out. Maybe it'll just casually step down and take the liquidity, but that's not how it usually goes. All right, well, it looks like it's going to take its time. Who actually gets paid in a crypto system? When users interact with crypto, someone gets paid. Sometimes it's validator, sometimes it's liquidity provider, sometimes it's an infrastructure operator. Often, it's not token holders. Understanding who captures fees is more important than understanding which tokens exist. We can lace this in here while we watch this trade. It's not really doing nothing. The thing is, when it does dip, it's probably gonna be quick and violent, and I will probably miss it because I'll probably be reading something somewhere. That seems sufficient. I just need to get down like a tad bit more. There we go. Now I can actually click the flash close. It's been held down for a minute though, and you're not getting the follow through, which means it'll probably be like a slight relief pump. Just reset the RSI before you get the move. It's not uncommon. Halfway tempted to just take my $18 and move on. But that $18 could be $50 if I just chill for a second. So Monday night. It's 10:54, but call it 11 p.m. New York time where I'm at. What is Tokyo market? Start at no, it's London that starts at 3 a.m. I think you're in Tokyo market. Camsta's not here. Camsta would know. All right, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. Show me the violent move. There, it's right at that point where it couldn't break before. I needed to break that. Okay, cool. It did. It broke it. Now we're good to go. $30, $31. Slight relief back up. Nah, I doubt it's going to 51.2 and not 51.1. That's a little hard to believe. Possible. But not all that believable. It's playing games. When you watch on like the 1 minute, it's like, oh man, to be playing so many games. Get right to where it's supposed to go into, dip into this liquidity in this region, and then it wants to just like use it as support and resistance. But this is kind of where I was the last time I lost $1,000. I was like right here, had very little. It was probably a bigger move than this, but I had very little, you know, distance, price action that it needed to go. And so I kind of doubled down on it, and it never went, and then it ran the other way, and that sucked. That sucked big time. But in this case, I think the trend is your friend a little bit more, because this dipping down here would be just continuing a downward trend that it's been in since like $86, and you're at 15. Take my money and run is what I'm thinking here, if it doesn't do something in the next 4 or 5 candles. Also, it's just kind of pulling the 21 down, right? Just kind of pulling the 21 down. Come on, there you go. You already broke these other wicks, which shows a willingness to go somewhere relevant. Oh, there we are. Okay, so that would be this next wick at 15.04. Usually when you break one wick, you run to the next wick. Now, if I take my eyes off of it, I'm probably going to miss it. But I almost wouldn't mind coming over here and reading the next thing here. So why most tokens struggle long term? Most tokens were designed for bootstrapping, not sustainability. They incentivize early behavior but fail to transition into long-term economic systems, which when incentive runs out, usage drops, and so does the perceived value. All right, ain't done nothing yet. Got 3 blue candles. Usually you only get 2, 3, 4 blue candles before you get the next push down on the 1 minute here. So there's that. Let's look at the 3 minute kind of bottoming out here. There's a chance you don't get a push into that liquidity, but that's very odd in my opinion. Especially when it's like literally pushed itself all the way down here. And usually the longer it kind of plays around, the harder it wicks down violently when it does finally wick down violently. There's a tongue twister for you. Let's see. All right. Got that flash closed. There it goes. Is it gonna give me any more? That might be all you get. Man, I usually sell so quick, so hard there. And I hesitated, and that's all it took was that hesitation. Damn. So now here I am messing it up. And it definitely just grabbed that liquidity, for sure. Come on, give me one more down in there. Can't believe I hesitated like that. I hate when I do that. I don't usually hesitate like that. Just a lot of times it'll wick down hard and then it'll get like a second hard wick real quick. And I was waiting for that second hard wick. It can be the difference of $15, $20 in such a small trade. In a bigger trade, it can be the difference between $50, $60, $70. So catching it is kind of crucial. It looks like it wants to push down some more, but I don't know. Could just take my 30 bucks and be happy with it on a night like tonight. It's not so bad. Dang, can't believe I hesitated on that. That sucks. I hate when I do that. It's very, very, very rare that I do that. Yeah, you've got like next to no liquidity underneath you. But it wicked so quickly that it almost seems like it needs to go down and kind of more securely stop people out. Because in a flash wick like that, sometimes you'll go right through your stop loss and you won't even get stopped out because it happens so fast. I've seen it. I've had it happen to me where I go look and it went right through my stop loss, and for somehow it just was a really flash wick and it just didn't stop me out. It's showing a willingness to go down some more. And at this point, you know, I do feel like I'm probably just being a little greedy here. Just give me that one move again, and I will take it and get the heck out. Maybe it wants that little bit of liquidity under the wick that it didn't get. Come on. I mean, by the time the 1 minute like sets out again, there it is. Flash close. Beautiful. See, I knew there was some more violency going there. Said I'm in silver. Let's go to order history. What did we just close for? See, big difference. Just took $69. You see the difference? Like, I was playing around with 2030. I knew there was going to be some violence to run through that. $69. Count back up over 1,000. I have obviously more than that in my actual wallet here. There's like $2,700 in this whole account. And now it's eaten most liquidity to the downside. Now there's the potential that, look at that. Now there's potential that you're probably going to rip. Because you've taken all the liquidity to the downside. That's my opinion. So I would turn around and grab a very small short here. I don't know. This thing might have more down to it. It's hard for me to short or long this thing right now because it's just gotten so beat up in longs. It's just really hard to believe. I almost feel like I need to get back above the liquidation. But look how long we had to wait to get that explosive sell. And I think I timed it well. I think I sold like kind of the perfect sell on that wick. I made $69 with 34 bucks in a trade, or 40 bucks in a trade. I just feel like that's how you do it. I'm going to open the long because I'm stubborn. And I think it's going to go up now because all the liquidity to the bottom is gone. All right, so we'd have to get to 1050 in order to get liquidated here. And like I said, I don't have a lot of faith that this thing is going to rip. So like I'm scalping here. And I'm watching this bottom right there. Are we gonna keep falling? We've fallen pretty sharp here. You gotta like kind of at least come back up to the 21, right? Where maybe we could add another, $10, $15, $20 to our wins today. We're over $100 already today here. I made 52 before I got on, and I just made 69 bucks. So there we go. And it takes some patience. Like, it takes a lot of patience sometimes. I see us at least coming back up to the 21. I don't necessarily see us rip into the 200, but I see us coming back to the 21 for sure. Only $40 in this trade, 200 in margin, 40 in the actual trade, 20x leverage. Blues guy said, "Wow, wow," in a good way. You said I'm in silver. You good. Wow. Hey, appreciate it, bro. I'm telling you, it's just watching liquidity. Now we sweeped all the liquidity to the downside. You know? With all that liquidity gone, doesn't really feel like there's anywhere to go but up. I mean, let's switch to symbol. See what we got. There's probably some... I mean, there's nothing. There's like nothing down here at all. Makes me want to go a little heavier. Makes me want to go a little bit heavier on this long. And by heavier, I mean like adding like maybe $20, $30 to it. But we could keep dumping. Like you could keep dumping for sure. I mean, we've been as low as like $10 right now. I mean, that's kind of where my stop loss is. And I noticed that my the liquidation, it's very different in margin. Like before, I would add like $150 and I would be like $10, or I'd be more like, honestly, I'd be like $8 away from price action. I put $200 in and I'm only $3, $4 away from price action. That's not the same. And so you have to keep a really close eye on those things, even when you're used to being in a pattern. Like I enter the trade and I add a certain amount to my margin. You got to pay attention to that liquidation because it's not always the same. They've changed the game, the rules up a little bit here. And I'm not getting my liquidation down as low with more margin than I normally use. All right, there we go. $2. Not seeing a whole lot of follow through here. It needs to break this wick up here. And you just had a big eat of liquidity. There's not much left going on here. I don't have a lot. I'm not risking a lot. I'm over $100 in wins. If we break this wick down here and close a candle, not just wick below this wick, but like wick down, close the candle, start kind of falling over some more. At that point, I'm going to have to say like goodbye and I'll lose what, 10, 15, 20 bucks or something like that. And we'll be all right. It says, man, I love you, my man. Hey, I appreciate it. Yeah, we stayed patient and we had a clear, avenue of what we were trying to do. And that's what we did. Right here, I was thinking we'd get a little bit of some recovery here. All your liquidation is gone, or all your liquidity that I can find. Let's be clear. Like, there's probably some other liquidity somewhere on another exchange. Let's go look at MEXC. MEXC didn't have much liquidity for this coin at all. Yeah, MEXC, it's all higher. I mean, way higher. You've got, it's not even that much, but it's a lot for Weex. You kind of see where people are trading a certain coin because it doesn't really feel like many people are trading this river over on MEXC. And again, look at this. Even since it dumped, like this is how quick they are. Even since it dumped here, they've already stacked liquidity above it. People's stop loss is shorting it. People see price action fall and then they're like, I'm gonna short. But it's like, yeah, everybody's already short. Like that liquidity's already here. A lot of times you've already missed it. But I really can't say that because this thing has been dumping from 87. It could easily dump to $10 from here. Who knows? Man, they're not letting this thing above water at all. You would think that my break-even line here was literal support and resistance on the chart. Every time. It's kind of wild. Are we going lower? I don't know. I'm like sliding off of this chair. Again, just being patient. It's hard to believe that you're going to go all that much lower when you just ate pretty much the rest of the liquidity to the downside. The other thing is I just don't know if there's more liquidity somewhere else. Let's see. BitGet. Does this factor in BitGet? Okay, so it does factor BitGet. I mean, even on BitGet, there's like no liquidity. Seems like there's a lot more people trading this on BitGet. A lot more people trading this. Now the big liquidity. Let's see, what is this? 220 and 187. That could draw you up a little bit, but let's see, where's the big liquidity? Anywhere? Not a lot of liquidity. 188. I mean, there's 283. And again, it tells you, like, this is BitGet, MEXC, and Binance futures. That's mostly what you're looking at here. Dude, they are holding this thing underwater right here. They're not going to let it pop up. Probably because a lot of people just longed. I don't know. Honestly, I don't really know if I think a lot of people are even paying attention to this coin. It's hard to believe that there are, quote unquote, a lot of people paying attention to this coin. And honestly, I'm pretty quick to take my money on the flip side here. Like, if I see $8 to $10, probably gonna take it until we get above the like 200. You know, I could see us going back to the 200, but you have to get above that 21. And I've noticed about this token, when you're kind of sinking down, you come up to the 21, a lot of times you don't even touch it. A lot of times you just don't. Sometimes you do, a lot of times you don't even touch it, and you definitely don't get back above the 21. So I'm cool just coming up, tapping that 21, slapping another 7, 8, 10 bucks on the day, and chilling. And they're not letting it. They're not having it here. This thing's probably gonna go lower. But you can see I'm down like, well, now I'm not even down, but I was down like $2. It was nothing crazy. So I made 52 before I hopped on. You just watched me make 69 bucks. And we're up over $100 on a Monday though. Like, Mondays are kind of ugly to me. I don't entertain a trade on Monday until probably 6, 7 o'clock. Somewhere between like 5, 6, 7. And so, yeah, everything seems to be dumping. Everything we looked at looked pretty much the same. River looked a little bit more hardcore than some of the other ones, but they all look pretty much the same. And I don't really know that this is going to get a pump. It looks like they're just going to drag the 21 down to price action and then continue to dump. We might have to bail on this. That's why if I get any positive here, it was worth playing it, but if we get any positive here, I'm going to have to grab it. And by positive, I don't mean 10 cents. I mean like 2, 3, 4, 5 bucks or something. Flash close it. You got 62 cents I'm paying in fees right off rip. So no funding fees anymore. Funding rate countdown. What is the funding rate? Is estimated previous period. When positive, the longs pay the shorts. When negative, the shorts pay the longs. I'm not going to pretend like I highly understand the funding fees, because I don't. All I know is that they exist. I don't really get it. Yo, they are not letting this thing above water. This is kind of crazy. At this point, I'm about to bail off of this thing. But it's so tempting because it's not going anywhere else either. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not really going anywhere else. I think I know what the move is here. Yo, I pushed my microphone way forward. All right, I know what the move is here, in my opinion. I'm gonna go set an alert under this wick for river that you see there. I can't set alerts on Weex, so I have to kind of go to trading view in the background and do it. All right, cool. So I got an alert that'll go off if it needs to go off. So let's continue where we were. We're working the trade. We're working the crypto IQ. So the difference between economic design and narrative. Narrative can attract attention, but economics determines survival. Long-term systems align incentives so that usage, security, and sustainability reinforce each other. This alignment is rare, and that's why it matters. Why this series matters. Understanding crypto economics changes how you evaluate everything else. Ecosystems, launches, and narratives and cycles. This episode sets the foundation for everything that will follow. It is Monday. and the first episode in a new series. Man, what a tight range. Like, look at this range. This range is kind of crazy here. Look at this. You got like this, and you got like that, which really says to me that like the market's unsure about what the heck it wants to do. But usually, like, when you hold something in a tight range like this, it's a lot of pressure. Like, think of it like pressure building up, steam or gas or something. When it finally gets out, it usually moves pretty violently. And I probably should have just sold that tiniest little scalp, even though you had about a 5-second window to sell that. That was kind of crap. Are we flipping support and resistance here? Came right down to the line, which is my break-even line, pretty much. And what is it, going back in the range? You got to see this thing. If it's going to go up, it's got to break the 21. If it doesn't break the 21, then you're just going to continue to get pushed down. I mean, eventually, you know, if you don't get above the 21, the 21 is going to keep trending down. And if price action just keeps hitting it, like, you're going to keep falling down. If it can't get above the 21, then the 21 will continue to drag it down. And that just is what it is. All right, and we're back in the range. How annoying. Very annoying. Yeah, and the 1 minute completely reset. Yeah, the 1 minute like completely reset to the top without going anywhere. That's not a good sign. Very, very bearish sign there. Really makes me want to get out of this. And I should have did it just there. Honestly, I see this thing going lower. Just based off of the price action, doesn't look great. There we go. So that was like a very tiny little scalp, like liquidity grab before going lower. Interesting. Or are we just going to trade in this range forever? And it's like watching paint dry at 11:20 p.m., you know? All right, kind of pumping back. This range is so small. It's been a long time since I've seen something range in such a small area. 14.5 to 14.7. Like, you're ranging in a 0.2 area. That's crazy. All right, above the 21. That's what I'm talking about. There we go. Come on, run. There's no liquidity to the bottom, so could at least maybe pump to the 200 would be phenomenal. Sliding off my chair again. All right. So with this one, I don't know. It's like I want to scalp up and out of it. This looks very Bart Simpson-y though. I think this thing is going to probably pump up to at least this region right there, if not more like this region right here. So we're going to kind of follow it here for a minute. We're up $10. In the back of my mind, I know that I should probably take this $10. But I also know that there's like no liquidity below us and stuff. And so high chance you might get a little bit of a run, at least back to the 200. I'd be taking it at about the 200, honestly. And you're not out of the woods yet. Like, you could easily dump right back down. And I'll wish that I would have took my $10. Well, I've already done pretty decent, in my opinion, for the extremely small amount of money that I'm using to trade. Literally, there's $200 in margin and $41 in the trade. Like, this is not big spending here. In my opinion, it's Monday night. And the market, I don't really feel like it showed me where it wants to go. And then the flip side of that is, you know, this thing does have the potential to run back up to the 200 or so. I don't know how much I believe in it. I haven't, and again, for anybody who doesn't know, like, I'm used to trading BTC and only BTC. I made a nice chunk of money off a river. I've given a good bit of it back, unfortunately. That's sometimes a part of trading. Come on, break that. Yes. Go, go, go. But anyways, I'm here to see if we can get a bigger move. I lost my train of thought. It looks like it was going to do something. I feel like in the back of my mind, though, I really believe this thing is just going to keep dumping. Because that's what it's done for a really long time. Like, we just went from being up $10 to down. And this is what it does. Like, it does this constantly. When it gets above the 21, then it dumps. Get above the 21. Here, dumped. I mean, here it was above the 21 for a while. And that's when you finally got the move back to the 200. But most of them, it was like above the 21 on a wick, dump. If you even get above the 21, a lot of times you don't. So, look at that. It is what it is. Let's go update or go check on our liquidation here. Let's see. Let's pull up this action. I never use this little liquidation map much. I honestly gotta say, I don't even know if I really understand it. I really can't even see what the heck it says. It's annoying. All right, I'm gonna turn that off. I don't really find that thing all that useful. And I mean, price loves to follow where liquidity is. That tells me you're going back to 16.4. Or at least a few of these, which is 15.2, 15.8. I mean, there is a tiny bit of liquidity. Yeah, it's 14.3. 14 on the dot. And it does love to, like, it'll wick through a bunch of liquidity. There'll be no liquidity. And then all of a sudden, people are going to long this thing. And when they long it, they put their take profits underneath. And then you build liquidity to the downside at that point. And then that gives it the ability to go lower. And that's what a lot of this, like, accumulation in this range is. And so you had accumulation, looks like manipulation. I don't know if with AMD, I don't know how much you can call it out in the 1 minute. Kind of feel like everything is fractal, right? Like it's happening on all the time frames all the time. I don't know. I wonder how the lifer would feel about that. Something I haven't really studied all that much. But it's like, this looked like accumulation, manipulation, and then what? Distribution. It's going to dump some more. It's kind of what it feels like. And I knew I should have took it with that prospect of like, oh, well, maybe it's going back up to 24 bucks. I'm taking that 12 up to 24 bucks. Let's go. Thank you. I made 12 bucks. Hey, you're welcome for sure. Yeah, I'm taking 12 to 24 bucks. I'm taking that 12 up to 24 bucks. Nice. I think you're just saying you're going to double your money, right? Is that what you're saying? Or you did double your money. Okay, cool. I'm not ready to bail on the more bullish idea, but man, I'm not surprised if this thing dips. But what do you have, liquidity to like 14? Let's check away. It's a decent amount. Like 14's down here. Let's put the line on 14 here. Bang. I mean, 14 is down here. It's not that far, but it's far enough. I'd be down 20, 30 bucks. And then it comes down. And see, the thing is, even though you don't have liquidity, don't let that fool you, because then it dumps down here, boom, and then it just chills. And all while it's chilling, people are longing the bottom, what they think is the bottom, and they're putting stop losses. and then they drop down more, and it just continues and continues and continues and continues because people keep longing it. You heard of the short squeeze? Well, the long squeeze exists too. There's both. Seems like it almost seems like it wants to round on the 1 minute, but I don't really care about the 1 minute. And look, exactly what I said. I didn't expect us to get this pop, but like we dragged the 21 down to price action, and then now it still can't get above 21. And so what happens? It's had all this time to move up a little bit, and it hasn't done nothing. And so that tells me you're probably not going up anytime soon. Now eventually it probably will move up to like $16 and take this 249,000. But the trend is already trending. And it might just be trying to sweep this last bit of liquidity. I don't know. There's not a lot of close liquidity here. I mean, your closest liquidity is like 66K at 15.2, which is what it looks like. It almost went to grab. That's where, so 15.2 is up here at this, little spot here where you see it had a little bit of resistance. And you ran pretty close to it. It is very weird how to run right up to liquidity, not grab it, fall down, play a bunch of games, and then eventually rip up and grab it. It's just like, why didn't it just grab it there? Things I wish I had answers to. And that 21 is like right there. Looks like a good place to exit if we don't get a little bit of a pop. Yeah. Again, rejected by the 21. It's amazing. It really is amazing how that 21 holds price action underwater. All right, let's change off. Let's go to our farm for a minute. Shout out to the 10 people who are still here. Our super chat target we didn't hit, but that's fine. I don't really care about that. You saw I made $100. I can be happy with that. I'm not sweating. All right, let's grab this. But thank you, Blues Guy, because Blues Guy did send a super chat, and I just want to highlight that. He is the only person who super chatted, and I greatly appreciate that. And there it goes. Kind of exactly what I thought it was going to do. And we're down $8. Come on. At this point, it's almost like I should just stay with the trend. Blues Guy, what did silver ever do? Are you in a silver trade? Hey, what's up? Chris Goss with the 333. Cryptic Quentin letting us know that he's here. I appreciate you guys. Just been playing around. Hopefully you saw I kind of nailed this short here. We waited forever for it to go down there, and so far it hasn't gone lower, so I'd say that we nailed it. And then I took a very, very small long, thinking we'd get a little bit of action, and we did get the smallest bit of action. I just thought we were going to get a little bit more than that. I'm fixing to close this long, or just reverse it, really. Because it seems like, the trend is just unbroken. Like, it just wants to go lower and lower. River just wants to go to zero really bad. It's like it feels like River just really wants to go to zero. Although this does feel like very Bart Simpson, right? I mean, if I ever saw a Bart Simpson pattern, it would be something like that. And again, we looked at the heat map, the liquidity. We've grabbed almost all the liquidity. The problem is we just don't really have a lot of strong close liquidity right this second either, which is annoying. It makes the direction a little hard to tell. It seemed like all the liquidity was over on BitGet. Let's go look at BitGet. Switch it to the 12-hour. It's not really necessary. Oh, wait. Actually, there's like nothing. There's like nothing on BitGet. That's kind of the problem. Like, even though there's low liquidity below us, like, there's not really much liquidity anywhere else. So Binance, Mexi, and Bitget, I think, is what it's using. Okay. Okay, so this says 14.3 and then 14. Yeah, it seems like the short is on. Yeah. I might just give $11 back. And a lot of times I get lucky, so I'll just be chilling and I'll just like wait for like a move back up. But then once you kind of get a little move back up, then you start thinking like, oh, maybe it's going up, and then you don't sell, and then you wind up back underwater, and this could go on forever. Like, it's very exhausting. Trading is when you're in it like this. Like, now it's pumping up. Do I take it out while I got my just a very low amount, only lose $5, or like am I gonna get a little pop above the 21? I don't know. So you kind of got to just take a deep breath and chill. Feel like I got a lot of clarity though. I am fasting again. I fasted for 6 days. Then I went ahead and ate food for 2 days. And then I fasted for 2 days. Then I ate food for 2 days. And now I'm going into another fasting period. I think I'm going to fast for at least 2 to 3 days. Then I might eat a meal or two. Like, I'm just making it more of like a way of life than going for some like ultimate. I've done 12-day fasts and stuff like that. Like, not really trying to go for like this big ultimate like 40-day fast. Not right now. If I feel called to do that at some point, I certainly would. But I'm not really feeling called to do it. I just want to keep a consistent, negative calorie intake. So I just love the way I feel, really. Very clear, very active. Today is the first day, it's like the first 24-hour period of fasting. That's when you feel a little bit of hunger. I don't really feel all that hungry right now. But a lot of times when I get off my stream is like when I'm the most hungry. And I should have closed that for $6, whatever. Now I'm down 13. I really don't want to give back much more. Should have gone with the trend is your friend. And I had it. I could have added another $10, $13. You see how quick it happens. Like, you really can't hesitate. Wow, good for you, man. It takes a lot of discipline. What kind of food do you eat when you're done fasting? I mean, it depends on where I'm at and what I got going on. But I definitely like, some kind of like beef broth, like a soup that has beef broth in it and not really anything all that tough. You could eat simple stuff like yogurt if you don't really have like all that fancy. Not that beef broth is fancy, but like if you don't spend the time to do that, you just have like some yogurt in the fridge. Sometimes some yogurt, just something light, something easy. Fruit, of course. Fruit is a good one. Definitely breaking your fast with fruit can be really good. And when I'm fasting, I do still take my apple cider vinegar drink. I take what, one guy who I follow calls the Master Cleanse, which is just half a lime, nutrient dense salt, which for me is Celtic salt, an eighth a teaspoon of cayenne pepper, and then olive oil or coconut oil, whatever you prefer. And that's pretty much what a lot of times I'd be having. It's hard not to mitigate myself out of this trade for a second here. Wow, it's looking like it wants to pump up. But yeah, something light on the stomach. Fruit can be really good. Yogurt, beef broth, stuff like that. You don't want to eat anything crazy. And if you've only been fasting for like a day or two or three, like, you can be a little bit more lenient. And I'm talking about like actually getting hurt. Like, you're not going to get as hurt as if you've been fasting for like 2-3 weeks and then you eat like a big steak. Like, you can actually hurt yourself. Like, you can actually like damage your health. So yeah, personally, I feel the best on a carnivore diet. Yeah, I love the carnivore diet. That's what I like eating anyways. I love steak, and I love the fat on steak. I love butter, like I like that stuff. That stuff's good for your brain. I don't care what anybody says. Used to do 1 meal a day and fast on the weekends. Only ate beef, butter, bacon, and eggs. Yeah, and chicken. Yeah, we're there, bro. I'm with you. Eggs is another good one. Just in general, not like so much. I mean, it's good to break your fast on if you only been fasting 2-3 days. Like eggs is a good thing to eat to break your fast for sure. But if you haven't been eating for a long time, I would start with something closer to a liquid. Yeah, we are Health Stream 2, very informational. Steak and eggs here. Yeah, steak and eggs is great. Calorie deficit, steak and eggs. And it doesn't have to be a lot. Like if you do like a 2,000 a day calorie, like whatever it is, like you could just be 100 or 200 calories under whatever you think it is. And then also, you know, eat steak and eggs and carnivore diet, and you're going to do pretty well. This thing is running away sideways on me. I'm finna add to this. And I just want to add like in and out, in and out, in and out here. So wish me luck. Bang. Liquidation at 12. Okay. I got a little distance here. And I just want to get the heck out of this thing while I can. I'm not even looking to make money off of this. I just need to see negative $2 or $3, and then bang, I'm getting the heck out. Man, that happened like it like glitched. Didn't even give me a chance. Come on, next print. Come on, print the next candle. I should just be watching this number here and not watching what's going on up there, because it doesn't matter. It's going to reflect this either way. 4-2. Come on. Like, can you just get above it? 3, 4. It's really annoying. It does show you right here what you are actually up or down. Yep, eggs can be light. Yeah, I mean, they can be. Like I was saying, light is kind of in variance of how long you've been fasting. Like, if you've only been fasting like 4 or 5 days or less, like eggs is light. If you've been fasting like 3 weeks, 4 weeks, I don't know. And now you're like in more of a high 30-day kind of fast and stuff. And now you really do, like, the longer it's simple. The longer you fast, the more you have to pay attention to how you come off the fast so you don't hurt yourself. At least that's what I've always been told. I have made some stupid decisions coming off of longer fasts, 7, 8, 9 days. And it didn't really hurt me. It didn't hurt me at all. I went into, a steakhouse and had a nice big steak. I didn't stuff myself. Your stomach shrinks a lot too, so it's harder to really stuff yourself. Come on, pop up. Stupid. Let's go. You're topping out of that woman, and look how it treats. Like, you saw my break-even line drop. Like, it dropped. It's not in the same place that it was. And tell me it doesn't treat my break-even line like support and resistance. It's kind of insane. I gotta say, it's kind of crazy. And it can't do nothing to that 21, it feels like. And then all of a sudden it'll pop, and then it'll come right back down, just like it did right here. I just want that pop. Now's probably a fantastic time to get out of it. So many times I'm like right at this moment, and I'm like, oh, it's about to pop, and then it doesn't, and then I'm underwater, and I'm like, dang, I could have got out. You're right at that 21. It's very rare for it to get above this 21. Yeah, I agree. I never fasted more than 5 days. 5-day fast is good, though. Like, a 5-day fast is something to be proud of, honestly. You know how many people in the world, legit, like, this sounds crazy. You know how many people in the world, and I'm not talking so much third world countries, I'm talking first world countries. But you know how many people have never fasted for 2 or 3 days? Especially on purpose. Now you have people who like went 24 hours without eating or something like that, sure. But not very many of them went 48 or 72. Look at that. I'm probably going to feel so stupid for not selling this right now. Why do I have hopium and believe that this is going to get a stronger move to the upside? Let's check that 15. All right, 15 wants to go up. 5 minute, 3 minute, 1 minute. The 1 hour I know is bottomed out, man. Everything's pointing up. And that gives me hopium. But is that hopium something I really want to work off of? Would be nice to add another $18, $20. Getting a break. Where are we going? Oh, there's another break. 35. I should be selling. Too much hopium to sell. All right, we just broke. Clearly going higher. $43. Where are we going? Are we going to that 200? I don't know. I like 45, 46 more dollars. That sounds great. Add another $50 to the day. But I'm going to watch this thing go all the way back to the 200 and I'll be like, why did I sell? It's like it rolls either way. You know, you rather are distraught you did sell, you're distraught you didn't sell, and it's like all the same. And then this could be a bottom. I could have, you know. My motto is to scout, though. Let's go check out our liquidity real quick. Dang. Yeah, we have liquidity up to like 15.1. I mean, we have liquidity underneath us, too, but you have liquidity at 16.4. Very tempting. Yeah, there you go, tweezer top. Is it a tweezer top, though? It kind of has to close that candle. If it closes that candle as a tweezer top, I'm just going to flash close. I need it to break up and get above this previous candle and close. Otherwise, you got a tweezer top on the one. Even though it's not the strongest indicator ever, you know, it is a 1 minute tweezer. All right, folks, time for bed. See you guys tomorrow night. Peace. All right, Melissa, have a good night. Thanks for being here. As always, you know I appreciate you a lot. Thanks for being here. What are we doing? What are we doing? I don't want to be the guy who didn't take $40. I'm taking it. That adds, you know, $40 plus $70, you know, is what? $110 plus $52. That's $162. You know, that's how you make $162. Now, of course, you guys just saw those trades. You didn't see the other trades, or the one trade where I made 52. Even though I can easily show it to you, let's see. Well, before I say I can easily show it to you, sometimes this thing doesn't like to cooperate. 33, 69. Here is where I accidentally opened the long and I shouldn't have, so I lost 61. Here's 30. And here's 25. Was that today? So 25. Here's 8. And how do I go to the next page? I never can figure this out. More? Is it more? Okay. Yeah, but when I come here, I get really confused because I don't know what the heck is going on. So then we got to slide over. So realize, so 33.70, where I open that long. Now we're on page 2. It'd be cool if it would show me more than like 10 at a time. Okay. 35, 25, 8. Let's see, and then this was the last 2. Oh, this is just where it filled. I don't know, now I'm really confused. I hate the way that they have this. Like, why are you showing me like 10 orders? Like, this page should just run. Like, it should just go down, like, for a while. Kind of crazy. Usually they have a, you know, show me how many at a time kind of thing. Anyways, I digress. We'll go back. Good night. Gains, let's go. That's a daily wage for some people. Yeah. And maybe it's more like $150. Oh, I wish I would have held it. Look at that. And then it runs back up to the 200. Ah, I told you. you got that little pop. I sold. I took my 38 bucks, and I would have had 100 plus. I wish I would have trusted that whole Bart Simpson and liquidity. And I could sit here all night and trade with you guys. For sure. This is kind of like what I do a lot of the time after the show lately. Mostly lately. It's been a little distracting from other things like making videos and stuff, but that's all right. Appreciate my hardcore undergrounders. Man, I should have kept that trade open. Now it's kind of like wait and see, because getting back to the 200's cool and all, but can we actually get above it? So now I kind of wouldn't chase. Like, I'm just waiting to get above the 200, at least bare minimum, and flag out or not. A lot of times I just short from here. Short that it's gonna lose that 200 and come down. It's pumped up, usually always have a quick retracement back down. Your 1 minute's high. So what I typically do here is I'm gonna open, whoops, that's me trying to open a long when I want to short. Open short, gotta add to liquidity here. Let's add 250 here, confirm. Just really move the needle. So my liquidation price would be $20. Doesn't seem like enough. When you have, oh, I put $92 in the trade? Okay, let's go. I thought it was less than that. And usually at least come back down for that 21. You got our 1 minute. Now, if this 1 minute resets, the RSI on the 1 minute resets, then I'm out. I'm done at that point. 15 bucks, 17 bucks. Come on, keep coming. You want that 21. I know you want to touch that 21. That's how this works. And honestly, I'm pretty cool with like 17, 18 bucks. Like, we could just run from there. And if we're bullish right now, then... But we got a nice little move, and the RSI hasn't really reset much at all. Short that pump. Yep. Come on with the follow through. There you go. I had to wait for that next candle to print there. And we got this bottom down here. I really don't want to see this start pumping back up. I'm cool with taking, and I'll take 10, 12 more dollars. Like, I'm cool with that. Like, this is 17 bucks at this point. Still white candle though. It's got to turn blue before it can pump, right? Which it's threatening to do for sure. There you go. Blue back to white. Blue back to white. Blue again, back to white. Looks like it's threatening to push up, but it's not getting the follow through, which the trend is your friend. Like, the trend is down. I know I've probably said that like 60 times right now, but I'm trying to make commentary, all right? It's not a whole lot to talk about. And it hung out at that level for a while. You can see this level right where it is kind of this support / resistance here. Let me draw the line. I accidentally deleted the line earlier. That was annoying. And it's like right there. So you can see, like, you might just be coming down and bouncing off of that support. Again, if this 1 minute RSI gets to the bottom, like if it kind of bounces and goes sideways, we get to the bottom of this RSI before we get a continue move down, I'm just going to sell it. And I'm not going to immediately open a long either, because that doesn't seem like the move. Yeah, you've tried to push, and you're not getting the downward motion. So, yeah. Are we now flipping bullish? The 1 minute looking like it might want to turn. It doesn't have to go all the way to the bottom there. Come on, turn white, go down. Damn it, gave all my gains back. You bounced off of that support and resistance flip right there. Should probably close the damn thing while I'm still up a little bit. Oh, nope.
Now you're kind of in decision. It's moving with some strength here. Maybe we are going to get a nice pump. That's back to the 200. And it pumped like that while the 1 minute RSI was trying to reset. It's a little unusual, a little abnormal there. So AK says, how do you know to short right at the resistance? I mean, it's the 200-day moving average. I mean, the 200-day moving average is very commonly support and resistance. And even if we're going to get above the 200, you're usually going to kind of reject it first and then maybe flag out or something, kind of like we're doing, before you eventually get above it. And at this point, I kind of just want to get out of this trade. It could just be making an M at the 200, like threatening to get above it, but not actually doing it. Does that all the time. This is pump and dump, baby. Exactly. Says he's got the crystal ball. Not exactly. Not exactly. But you're in a downtrend, and in a downtrend, it's going to be very difficult for you to get above the 200-day moving average. Like, that's... I'm not, honestly, I think it's funny what y'all are saying, but I'm not doing anything crazy here at all. Like, the trend is your friend until it isn't, and they held us down here and kind of made like a Bart Simpson pattern a little bit. I had a feeling we were going to pump up. I actually really should get out of this trade right now. But it also looks like maybe we M'd out here, is where you just come up, got like a double top before you go down. Could get another, you know, hump to the M there that basically gives you a head and shoulders pattern. I got lifer vision. You know, I was trained by the best, the crypto lifer. If you don't know who the crypto lifer is, that's where you need to be on YouTube. We're there every Monday through Friday morning, you know. And I don't get anything monetarily out of telling you that, like money wise. I don't get anything out of telling you that. That's just because he is such an awesome mentor and person. And he really knows this stuff. Like, this is where I learned everything I know. Come on, give me some follow through. This is support and resistance. We're back down on the support and resistance, where I wish I would have sold before, mind you. That 21 though. And every time we get above the 21 and play around, we eventually lose it and go down. And we've been on a very solid downtrend. You could call that a higher high, but you could have called this a higher high up here too, and you still went down. So I almost need like 2-3 higher highs before I really consider a trend flip here. Crypto lifer, like L-I-F-E-R. I took the lifers class last Saturday. Good for you, Crypto Quentin. That's where I started. I started with his class. I really lucked out. This was like 3 years ago or something like that. And I was like, I want to take his class. And then I missed my opportunity to enroll like 2 weeks in a row, just playing around, not I guess being as serious. And then all of a sudden the third week it was on sale for like $60. They were doing a sale for it. And I was like, crap, I'll take that. And so, yeah, then I hopped in there, and that's kind of where I got started. That class got my eyes open a little bit. Losing my tiny bit of gains again. Very tempted to close this because you're flagging out. 21's coming up to touch price action. You are below the 200 for sure. I really should be looking at other time frames. The 1 hour is like bottomed out. Like the 1 hour wants to run on the stochastic RSI, not to be confused with the regular RSI. Like, see how it wants to, it's bottomed out hard. But the 4 hour is still kind of dumping. It's getting a slight curve on the 4 hour. 4 hour has lost the 200 a while ago. 15 minute pointing up. 15 minute almost looking like it wants to run back up to the 21. Maybe not the 200, but the 21. UG, my man, Blues has spoken. $60 is a steal. Yeah, it really was. Now I'm back in the negatives again. Well, do we make a head and shoulder pattern, or do we break through that 200? If we're flipping bullish and running for a hot minute, maybe back up to like 24 or something like that, I'm cool. I'm cool with losing here and riding it up. I'm cool with that. But in order to do that, you gotta break above the 200. And it's hard because you don't have a lot of liquidity right now. Like, you don't have a lot going on. Tokyo market's not gonna move you much. And you kind of have, this flag, right? And honestly, a lot of TA has not been bullish TA. Bullish TA has not really been playing out for me very well, especially under the 200. I'm more inclined to think that this is a head and shoulders on the one, because you've come up to test the 200 like 3 times now, and you haven't done anything here. Reminds me of when we hit the 21 like 7 times, 8 times, 10 times here. But who knows? It could be ready to go. It is dragging that 21 up. I'm about to just get out of it for a nothing burger and then just kind of see where price goes real quick. The problem is that when it dumps from the 200, it usually dumps pretty hard, and I'm here for that. Like, I kind of want to capture that. And you see how patient, like, a lot of people think you get in and then it moves and like you go up and you're negative. You saw I've been like positive, negative, and I just am chilling. I'm just chilling and watching. I kind of know how much I stand to lose and how much I stand, well, to gain is a little unknown. But knowing how much you stand to lose, I think is more important. Let me get rid of this flag, because this flag really clutters stuff. You get to the point where like you kind of can see the flag, right? I don't actually really have to draw that flag out. Oh, moving with some vigor, with some aggression there. That 21 curving up kind of makes me feel like it might do something. Kind of makes me wish I was in a long. But longing about under the 200, I know I took a little long there and I made 40 bucks on it, but longing under that 200 is not something I want to do for a longer term move. Very tiny scalp when you think you're far away from the 200 and kind of bottomed out is one thing. Now, obviously, you didn't touch the 200 here, but I mean, I consider that like the 4th try. That was like its 4th try to get above that 200 moving average, and it's not getting it. So are we flagging? If we are flagging, like it's got to break out like right about here, because that flag doesn't have a lot of room in it. And it's done this while the 21 kind of reset here. Makes me want to use the flip button, flip my position here. With that 21 there. It's trying hard. I feel like I am leaning way too hard forward. Come on. I know I'm in a short, but I'm kind of rooting for it to break out. I'll take my loss and flip if I need to. But it's got to get above that 200. Otherwise, there ain't a whole lot to report here. If not, almost want to hedge by adding to my short. Although I'm already in this for, got $92 in the trade. If anything, I want to add some margin here. Let's add another $100 in margin. Now, do you notice like I'm adding very little to the trade and a lot to the margin? That brings me more to like liquidation $22. And then maybe I could add, what is this? 2%. I play with it via percentage here. Could add 2%, which is 13 bucks to my short. And we turned around. If it's going to do it, it's going to probably be now or in the next 3, 4, 5 minutes that we get above that 200. I feel like if we don't get above this 200 in the next couple of minutes, you're probably not going to get above it. You're probably going to reject at that point. All right, I'm going to add to the short here. Not going to lie, it would be nice just to get out of the short. A lot of bullish structure seems to be breaking to the downside lately. Yep, shorts are paying. You think we'll see a little bounce with BTC back up around 84K in the next few days? I do kind of feel like we will see that. I didn't have 84 necessarily as like a target, but like I definitely feel like you'll see a bounce to some degree up there. What's up, Blues guy? Place the silver chart next to river, whether they look exactly the same. I bet you could place a lot of charts next to river here. $11. Hold on, I'm at a crucial moment, Blues guy. But I will pull up the river. And it wants to get above that 200. Oof, there it goes. All right, can it? Oh, see, it does this all the time. Notice I didn't go flash closing. It loves to wick up and things and then not actually get it at all. I'm more concerned about where the candle closes than it just happening to poke above the 200. Sorry about my caps locked. You don't got to worry about that. It never bothers me. I don't really care about that. If you're screaming in your house at your computer, it doesn't bother me one bit. Not that I think you are. I'm just saying, when people caps lock, everybody takes it as like they're yelling, and I'm like, but they're not actually yelling, right? Like, they just have caps locks on. Like, even if they were trying to insinuate that they're screaming at you, you're not screaming at me because I can't hear you. So there's that. Well, it tried. Did set like a willingness to go a little bit higher. Where is our... Yeah, you got stuff over here as far as resistance, maybe a little bit. Not loving it. I need it to break down from here. I want to believe in the bullish pump up, but the coin trend is just not, it's just not telling me that. AK says BTC looking hella bearish. On what time frame, AK? Because time frame very important. You could be looking at the 1 day. You could be looking at the 1 minute. I don't know what you mean. You can find almost a case for bullish or bearish if you just look at the right time frame. You know, like the 3 day could be very bullish while like the rest of everything is very bearish. Like, it just depends on your time frame. If you look at the monthly, I mean, you could be looking very bullish at like the next bull run in 2 years from now, or whatever it is. I'm not saying the next bull run is in 2 years from now. I don't know what it is. I only know the fact of my own ignorance. There we go. See, trade back in the green, even if it's barely. And I need it to, if we could lose the 21 right here, this short would be looking nice. Come on. All right, we're in the green. We're up. Let it catch up. $4.80. I keep forgetting that it's like right here. I could look at it. It said I do too. What is going on? Yeah, back above. Ooh, came down and like tested that 21. It's showing a willingness to stay above the 21. And I know we don't have much. Well, we might have a little bit of liquidity under us now. Yeah, there's a little bit of liquidity under us, also above us, kind of all in the same place here. Yeah, that we literally have liquidity both above us and below us. Liquidity at 15.6 and 15 on the dot, 179 below us, 179 above us. Yo, what are the odds of that? Somebody's playing games here. Somebody's holding this thing in a range. This is definitely being held in a range right now. That makes me want to get the heck out of this thing. Never worry, bro. Take your time. Yeah, absolutely. Daily, especially 3 hour. Okay. Yeah, when I get a little locked into a trade, it can be hard. I know Camsta one day wanted me to go look at BTC and stuff, and I'm like, I could be really needing to get out of this or into this or sell it or anything at a moment's notice. I don't like to be off not paying attention to my chart for very long. I mean, this doesn't look kind of bullish, but it's hard to believe in a bullish pattern if you're not going to get above the 200. You add 1, 2, 3, 4 different candles to do it with. Dang, I was just about to add to this short a tiny bit so that I could get out. And they're squeezing price action between the 200 and the 21. Sometimes I do get a little bit of hesitancy towards like getting out when I know I should. Like right now kind of feels like I should get out. And if we dip down under, I still kind of feel like I should get out. But then this thing could just roll over on me and I could be way up. Kind of like that that long I just got out of. And you definitely have, you know, this flag, but also kind of Bart Simpson again. I don't know. That other one played out. Ah, there we go. Starting to get the breakout. Let's move over. Can it close the candle above the 200 though? Because a lot of times it doesn't. It just wicks. There you go. Can it actually close the candle? No, it looks like it's gonna close under the 2. Maybe. It's getting to a point where like it rather has to get above the 200 or it has to go below the 200. It's the 200's moving. Yeah, I see that. That wicked hard, but it actually closed the candle below the 200. That doesn't seem all that bullish. So we're heavily in like a wait and see right now. Who in the hell is buying River at the time of the night? Tokyo, I guess. I don't know. Somebody who sees it's down and it's getting like, maybe somebody sees that it made a higher high on like the 15. You know, if you open the 15, you'll see right about here it made a higher high. Maybe that's what they're looking at. I don't know. All right, I'm about to add to this puppy. See if I can't get the heck out of it real quick. Can't let it run away on me though. And you've been really kind of coiled, like you've been held in one spot. So when it moves, a lot of times it'll move violently. And I don't love that. Down 20 bucks. Does it have the momentum or is it just gonna come on down? Add $26 here. Let's add $26. That moved me pretty good. Then I'm gonna come to my margin and I'm gonna add like another 150 bucks to margin. Bang. Now I don't need near as much to get out of this trade, but because I've added so much margin and stuff, I really do need to actually get out of it and not mess around. So if it doesn't break through, you know, with a bunch of strength, then I probably just need to get out, even if it's for a loss of a couple of bucks. But I feel you, it does feel like who the heck is buying this thing right now. All right, that kind of looks like a tweezer top, I guess. Could be. I mean, so was that. So was that. So like 1 minute tweezer tops, I don't know how strong that is. Oof, it's looking like it wants to rip. It's got a bunch of resistance right here though. I'll grab this, I can show you. Yep. And we are super dialed into like the 1 minute. It takes a while to get comfortable just chilling on this 1 minute. And now it looks like it wants to hold the 200. If this thing doesn't lose the 200 in like a candle or two, gotta go. Yep, it's breaking. Thing is, if I flip my trade, I'm probably gonna eat my shorts here. Ooh, it's showing a willingness to go back down. It's like, nah, we're not doing this. The bots are not allowing us to pump up like that. Fake out, breakout with a swift move down. Can you hold the 21? Come on, close under that 200. Do it. I needed to close this candle under the 200. No, don't get sucked back up. What's the 15-minute look like? 15-minute probably is starting to almost top out. You add a whole 15-minute RSI, stochastic RSI, or reset almost. Now it hasn't topped out yet, and it certainly hasn't turned yet either. Ugh, I almost want to delete all this crap. Delete all that crap. I don't want to look at all that. Kind of have an inverted head and shoulder, but you'd still need another little shoulder. I really should be paying attention to what's going on here. Yeah, it closed back above it. I always think to myself, like, what do I have tolerance for? Like, I don't want to lose more than. For right now, for me, it's like $30 in this particular trade. If I have to sell it as it runs against me, I don't really want to lose more than $30. I'm already at 20. In the past, one of my issues is I'll hold because so many times I get lucky and it eventually comes back down. So I hold and I hold and I hold. And it plays out a lot of times, but that one time that it doesn't play out, it gets too far away and I can never get price to dip hard enough back. And you're adding and adding and you're just pouring gasoline on the fire that is your losses or your negative P&L. And that is really what I want to try to avoid. Honestly, this looks like it might be kind of the closest I'm going to get right here. I just don't trust it. I feel like it's what lever you at? Just 20x. Just 20x leverage. Nothing crazy. I think they only let you go to 50 on River anyways. So, and honestly, I wanted to trade something else, but I realize more now that like it's not River's fault. Like necessarily, what I mean by that is like almost all the other coins, altcoins and stuff, all looked like this. Like, you know, when I looked at most of the other ones, they were all falling down, had been falling down for days. Like that's how it goes. What time frame is this? This is the 1 minute chart. Appreciate seeing some new names in the chat. Just so you guys know, if you could smash the like button, I'd appreciate it. And there is a free link to our Discord in the chat where we're hanging out whenever we are not live. And this is really a crypto research show. At the end of the show, we hang out, we do some trading, stuff like that. So that's kind of what you're seeing now. But we do a lot more than a little bit of trading, right? We do a lot of quote unquote raising that crypto IQ, we call it. All right, now it looks like it finally wants to get the bigger move, and I should have got out of it. 24. Man, this thing could pump up really explosive, and I'm not a fan of that. Okay, 1 minute, okay, boom. Tonight, 1 minute, boom. Very much feeling like flipping this position right now, but I don't know, can it hold it? It's right at that previous wick. Right there. I don't know, maybe inched it out a little bit. Are you a professional? What is a professional? Do I day trade for a living? No. And this channel is not centered around trading, just so you know. This channel is centered around crypto research, what's trending, staying on top of the latest things in crypto. We've gone over tonight like where value really comes from. Like we do a series Monday through Saturday. Friday is a DeFi gaming night where we hang out and play games. But other than that, like every show has a theme. We have a series running. We're all about like educating people in crypto. But we also play DeFi games and hang out, and we also do some trading and stuff. Most of us are from the Crypto Lifer community as well. So like a lot of pretty skilled people in the Discord and stuff. We're an up and coming new YouTube channel, right? So like I'm not sitting over here with like 5,000 people in my Discord or something like that, but we have a good amount. I think there's probably like 60, 70 people in the Discord. But we have a good time. We're pretty close knit here. And I see you got the excuse me if I'm wrong, if Pulse or Hex has the icon there. I know those go hand in hand. It looks to me more like the Hex symbol, but yeah. I welcome in the Pulse and the Hex community for sure. I know a lot of people are very bullish on it. I mean, Hex had one heck of a run before. But we're really also looking for people who are like, you have the hex symbol, made me think like maybe you're really into hex and its ecosystem. We love people who like kind of specialize in something and can come in and teach us. There you go. Follow your gut. I'm up 50%, bro. I'm long. On what? River or whatever? Do you say we are in a bear market? Yeah. For me, when like the 3-day is underneath the 200 moving average, you're in a bear market. Might come back. Now, do we have traditional 4-year cycles anymore? I don't know. So like, just because we're in a bear market doesn't necessarily mean, in my opinion, that we're going to see like a next year or two downtrend. Because I don't know if the 4-year cycle is still intact. Do you know what I mean? I don't know if that's still a thing. It could be, could not be. Ooh, man, it gave me that out for like a half a second. You saw that? Hey, what is the guy used to be on a channel that I used to watch. He said that gets wicked usually gets candlesticked. So when you see a wick like that, he's saying a lot of times then you'll see it get actually candle bodied out. So it looks like it might be wanting to roll over and lose this 200, but I don't see it yet. 1 minute stochastic still trying to reset. I mean, it gave us a little bit of a draw, but man, it's holding that 200. I'm saying we pump. Maybe it might come back, but I think it's going for a run. There we go. Now we're in the positive. If I had any sense at all, I would be getting out of this trade. And that's how it feels sometimes. A lot of times it feels like if I get out of this, I'll regret it because it's going to dump hard. If I don't get out of it, I'll regret it because it'll pump hard. Like, you just don't have a crystal ball. You know, you have to know what you're willing to lose and what you're not willing to lose. I do like that a lot of times when it dumps pretty violently. And we did just close a candle underneath the 200 and the 21. So what does that mean? I don't know. We'll see. And it's like watching paint dry most of the time. Again, really love seeing some new people. Mid bear market or start. Consistent with BTC and a drawdown 40%. Yeah. I would go look at, dang, that thing pumped back up with a vengeance. That's annoying. I would go look at the 3-day chart for BTC and see how long you think it's been under. To me, it was in a bear market when it closed a candle underneath the 200-day moving average for the 3-day. Looking like a fake out breakout. Maybe it looks like it just faked me out and then pumped in my face. There's some strength to the upside. Oh yeah, dude, flip this thing. I didn't want to lose more than $40. Dang it. Oh man. And when it rips, this thing a lot of times rips with some vengeance. 45. Definitely erasing some gains here. Come on down. Come on down. It just took a little bit of liquidity that was up here. So let's see, is it mean it or is it coming back down? And of course, all of this educational purposes, not a financial advisor. You're just watching me do what I do. I'm not telling anybody to do anything. I really should be paying attention to my liquidation levels and stuff like that because I did add to my trade. Yeah, that's damn LOL. Yeah, exactly. And then quickly we can be back down. Like, it is playing games. Like, it is playing games for sure. Is that a bullish hammer? We're going back. Come on, turn white, pull down. I didn't want to lose $40. No, thank you. And I was just about to close that trade too, and it just ripped to the upside. So that was so close. I was like, oh, okay, I'll get out for $5-6 positive, not lose any money. And again, we're up like $150, $160 at this point today. I could lose $40. I'm not gonna cry. It's a Monday night. Does it feel like we're rolling over? I mean, it feels like you had a lot of momentum and then you kind of giving it back. There's a lot of times we had very rounded 21 and then ended up still dumping. It's just really hard for me to trust the pump for this coin because this coin a lot of times does nothing. But I do need to reposition. $20, yeah. Let's see, are you gonna break that previous high there, or previous wick? It is a previous high. Very local. Bam. And I would appreciate for the new people in the chat if you could sub. That helps me greatly. Doesn't hurt you at all. If I provided any value at all. Blues Guy says, bro what? We end of bear. Hey, maybe. See, I don't know anything but the fact of my own ignorance, Blues Guy. So I can't have like all of those thoughts. You feel me? I've been there so many times. Like I can't think none of that stuff because I don't know. I don't know any of that stuff. I would love to be in a bull run. Like that's what I would want. My bags are packed for a lot of coins. You know, I'd like to be in a bull run. But I can't say that I know that we're doing anything. I just follow the TA day after day and know that the people who are running these markets, they got tricks. Tricks for days, all right? Come on, lose that 200. Lose it. Patience, payoff, please. It's like a very sideways Bart Simpson. And that RSI didn't get a full move up, so I don't know how bullish that is. And again, I should be getting out of this trade for only $6 instead of 42. But at the same time, I also believe it could continue to lose at 200. Man, you can see the 21 though. If it's gonna pump, it needs to do it soon because that 21 is just rolling over. Now you're underneath the 21, still above the 200. What coins do I hold? Some XRP, Dogecoin from like previous cycle. I hold a lot of, I don't hold a lot of money in a lot of coins right this second, but I do, well, I guess a lot of money is relative to where you're at, all right? But to a lot of people, maybe it is a little bit of money. But anyways, it's nothing crazy, trust me. It's not hundreds of thousands, it's not 100,000. But anyways, my point is I hold a lot of coins like Ondo, the Graph, Ethereum. If anything, my portfolio is probably a little bit too spread out, to be honest with you. I tried not to do that, but it's just like certain coins, I'm just like, if it pumps. So like there's certain coins I hold more of. I hold some Algorand. I hold some Solana. There we go. There, come on. Get the follow through. There's that previous wick. We need to break that thing. If we could break that thing, very happy. Then we're probably going to go lower. There it is. Break it. Positive 37 cents. Close below that 200. See, we keep wicking, but we're not closing above or under. Sorry, we're not closing under that 200 right now. Come on, get that follow through. And we did close under the 200 here, and then we immediately like got bought back up. So that was annoying. And there's always that feeling of like, as soon as I close, this thing's gonna dump hard. That RSI looks like it's rolling over. Do I have a favorite alt? It's hard right now with as much like damage as they've done to the market. It's hard to have a favorite alt right this second. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I mean, XRP's had great returns. I bought XRP between 20 and 50 cents. So I'm not mad about that. I don't know if I would consider XRP my favorite altcoin. But I definitely like the returns on it. I like SWE. If I had to have a favorite alt, SWE might be one of my favorites. I just really like the ecosystem and community over there. And I believe in a more long term, for sure. Yeah, it's hard to say. Just everything has gotten so destroyed that it's hard to have a lot of excitement or confidence about a lot of coins. And that's why a lot of this channel is kind of centered around raising your crypto IQ to kind of understand how it all works, from blockchain technology to where the liquidity is, you know, why coins fail, why coins do well, and all of that kind of stuff, honestly, is all baked into what we try to do here. And then, of course, staying, you know, a part of what's trending. We've been watching Zama for probably 2-3 weeks as a coin that didn't have a token yet, no token generation event. And it looks like today it finally generated a token. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. We talk about coins and we have our eye on them before they ever even have a token a lot of times. Okay, cool. Yeah, I wish I could give you a better answer. If you would ask me that a year ago, I probably would have a more straightforward answer, but you hold ZBCN. No, I don't at the moment. I've made a couple videos about it. There's a couple people in our Discord, and you know, Bankroll, if you know Bankroll. Crypto Quentin, you've been here in the Discord, so you should probably know Bankroll by now. He likes ZBCN a lot, and he says there's a lot of connections between ZBCN and like the XRP community and stuff like that. So I do want to get some. But with us potentially being in a bear market and Bitcoin dropping, like, I'm just not in the mood to buy a lot right now. That, and I'm trying to trade. Speaking of trade, I need to get that heck out of this thing. But it feels like we're finally rolling over. But that's a lot of white candles, or what they would be red candles, to not really go anywhere. I would like to reposition, because this is where it gets me, is like I had an opportunity here to reposition and I don't reposition. By reposition, I mean I have a lot of money in margin and stuff, so I don't need this trade running away on me, and I added margin in order to get out, but also I have a lot of, you know, a lot more added to the trade and stuff, and then if it does run down, I do have the possibility to make more money. So it's a hard gamble here. You're under the 200 with the 21 just slap rolling over on you. Does look like a good sign. Yeah, I'm bullish on ZBC, and they're coming out with a huge partnership like every day. Yeah, and I mean, you want to be where the excitement is. ZBCN does seem where the excitement is. I don't know if you've seen Crypto Quentin. I did a video on the founders and who's behind the project and stuff like that. So if you want to check that out, that is a recent video on the channel. You can find links to it on my Twitter, or you could just go to the YouTube channel, go to videos. I did 2 videos on ZBCN, so I think people will like that. I'm probably about to do a price prediction video on ZBCN though. All right, being held down by the 21 again. Let's see how quickly or not quickly it breaks above that 21. Because this coin, when it's under the 21 and it's going lower, it respects that 21 like it is the ultimate line that you shall not cross. And now it's like sandwiched. It's funny, we were sandwiched between the 21 and the 200 on, you know, kind of trending up, and now we're sandwiched between them, potentially going down. And we already bottomed out on the 1 minute RSI stochastic, so it is a little odd that we're already pulling down again. Said I didn't see the video. I'll definitely watch it. Awesome, man. And when you get there, please drop a comment. That helps the channel a lot. Again, guys, we're growing. There's a lot of perks to coming into a channel like this early, you know, because I can actually talk to you. You know, when we have 20,000 subs, it's going to be hard to chill like this and just have a one-on-one conversation with somebody. Now, of course, for all my people who are here early, you can always DM me, you know, direct message me. We can hop in voice chat and chat it out. If you're somebody who feels like you have a lot of questions, I'm not going to tell you what to do with your money. I can only tell you what I do, you know, or I would do in a scenario, but that's my own opinion. Little disclaimer there, but I just don't want anybody to be like, you know, it'll happen. It's going to happen. Somebody's going to try to drag me into the voice chat so that I can help them structure their portfolio, and it's just not going to happen, guys. Not until they change the legal laws. Join the fun with Underground. Yep, there it is. It's got the link to the Discord. It's pinned in the chat as well. I probably should have got out of this trade like a bunch of times. I guess I'm just waiting for it to fall. Waiting for it to fall down. And with this strategy that I use, I don't have stop losses and stuff. And it's because I'm watching it like a hawk, and I have to build in the discipline. I've only been working this particular strategy for like less than 2 weeks, the way that I'm doing it. And you know, I've on River alone, I haven't really traded anything else but River. I made like what, $3,300, and I've given 1,000 back twice. So keep that in mind. But it's a new strategy for me, and I'm really working it out. So one thing is, without the stop loss and stuff, and I'm watching it like a hawk, I really have to dial myself in to actually close things and stuff when I'm supposed to close them. Yep, we just inched out that wick, didn't we? Let's go. I feel like we should be up more than we are right now. Yeah, and you're watching the 21 roll over here. There you go, 17 bucks, 25 bucks. Let's add some bucks to the day and not take a loss. That sounds like a beautiful idea to me. And we're already beat down on the 1 minute RSI, but the 15 minutes starting to roll over. I like that. We just got a smooth, you know, look at this. You got a 15 minute stochastic RSI, not to be confused with the relative strength index normally. Got to move all the way back up and is rolling over, and you didn't get above the 21 on the 15. That just says more downside to me. Like, that just says like you're gonna drop, and you've already started dropping pretty dramatically. And when they always say the short money comes in faster. Appreciated, LOL, too much pressure to tell people what to buy. Yeah, exactly. Now, I don't have any interest to tell people what to buy. I really don't. I'm more interested in people knowing more about crypto, like how it works, how to avoid the scammy projects that promise you the world and do nothing, the blockchain technology and how that works. Because honestly, I believe, without a shadow of a doubt, 10, 15, 20 years from now, almost everything you use in the back end is going to be run by blockchain, because blockchain is just superior. But the technology does have the things that need to be buffed out. Like when they first made computers and they first made the internet, like it wasn't a perfect product. It wasn't a perfect technology. I don't know if it's a perfect technology now, but it's way better than it was, and it's used globally all the time. Hope you took profits, Blue. Yeah. Are you still in that long blues guy? I don't know if he was trading River or if he was trading Silver. Oh, and he grabbed the link for the Zebek video. Thank you very much. Have some of the best mods I could ever ask for. Melissa and Blues guy. It's tempting to hop off. It's like 12:33. But I like showing what I'm doing live, you know what I mean? I'm up 20 bucks. I could be down 10 bucks in a heartbeat here. But I see this rolling over. It doesn't look like it's going. I'm long on silver, bro. Appreciate it. Okay. Yeah, exactly. I appreciate you. So, let's see. What are we going to do? 21 bucks. I just see this thing falling down. At least to like your 786, kind of minimum 786 here. Maybe 706 if you're not familiar with that. Yeah, 786 at 14.6. I haven't gone and looked at the liquidity in a minute. All right, get off of that. I want to delete this. There's your fib. Doesn't look all that great for the uptrend or for pumping, but it could happen. Could happen. That could be a pullback, a little reset, but your 15-minute wants to go down. It is hard to believe you're not going to run up to this higher liquidity. 16.4, 249,000. Oh, but you got at 15 even, you have 180,000. That's the closer liquidity, right? 15 even. Oh, that's like right where you just were. See, it's so crazy. It went like so close and then it didn't do it. Is it trying to like just really trying to pour the hopium on strong here with that big candle? It's kind of hard to believe. I mean, your 21 is just slap rolled over. Not that that's the ultimate. We are on a 1 minute. We're on the 1 minute, so, keep that in mind. If I'm repetitive, it's because I'm trying to keep up some commentary. I don't want to sit here in silence. That would be boring. If you have any questions, drop them in the chat. I don't know how much longer I'll be live, but I'm live right now. So that's what matters, right? Kind of retesting. I hope we're bearishly retesting that 200. That would make a lot of sense, as you did not close a candle above the 200 on the 1 minute. Success is neither magical nor mysterious. Oh, I'm going with the Jim Rohn now, huh? I love it. Success is natural consequence of consistently applying the basic fundamentals. Happiness is not something you postpone for the future. It is something you design for the present. I love it. And it looks like you're getting the move. That is annoying. Is it going to close a candle above the 21? Ultimately, I gotta say, it seems like it's playing games. UG has demanded so much IQ, deep dive in everyday new projects. I learned so much. Hey, I appreciate you saying that. Blues guy has been with me for quite some time. I know he's learned a lot. All right, well, what the heck? You were supposed to fall down. Where did all this strength come from all of a sudden? So we got previous tops. Of course, at this point, you feel like, why the heck did I not sell? I'm over positioned too, so that was stupid. Still don't have a whole lot of faith in the pump here, but I don't know. If it could stay above that 200, it could maybe do it. Come on, drop. And at this point, you start saying, like, I swear I'll get out of this trade if it just goes under. But, like, you were under. You were up $20. You could have got out, but you didn't. Because you wanted that bigger move. And sometimes you get it. Sometimes you don't. Especially at, like, 12:37 in the morning, where I am, New York time. Sometimes you don't get the move. I know a lot of people can be from all over the place, so. And we're back to the break even. Looking like it wants to close a candle above the 21. That looks like a bearish hammer, but that doesn't mean it is. In my opinion, you can't overly read into like 1 minute candles. Or at least don't expect them, like if you get a tweezer top or bottom, like don't expect it to be a monumental pump. It could just be a little correction. Same with divergence, which you have bearish divergence right here, but you're on the 1 minute. I wouldn't expect it to push it down for too long. Let's go look for some divergences because I do love some divergence. Definitely bearish divergence right there, but you could say on the 3 minute that already kind of played out. And you're bouncing off of like the 5 minute 21 to make the other shoulder on a inverted head and shoulder, and that could be rip territory. Like you could rip back up to the 200 at that point. But then again, a lot of people are probably long. You also still have bearish divergence. All right, let's look more like the 15. That's kind of what I want to look at. Not really. You don't really have bearish divergence on the 15. Are we green again? Come on, 1 minute dump. And it just sucks back up. Very annoying. And I don't know how many times I could say it's like watching paint dry, right? It really is. The market makers are watching you. I wouldn't be surprised. Here with my $92 in the trade. It feels like it, though, because it'll bounce off of my, It'll bounce off of my break-even line on the chart like it's real support and resistance, and it does it over and over and over all the time. I show it all the time. It's so wacky. And then, of course, I'll add to the trade, and it'll move, and then it'll just be like a new support and resistance, and it does feel like the market maker is literally watching you sometimes. It's kind of crazy. Man. And you're just like, I feel like a bigger move is coming, but I don't know. I need it to lose that 200. If I'm in a short, being above the 1 minute 200 is not a good look. Probably smart to get out of this thing. And I'm talking out loud because I like to show you kind of the thought process that goes through your head. So when you're here in the same similar thought process, you don't feel crazy. You've never been down 400% in a trade where you begged a candle on the chart to do something for you. And you ain't never really been trading for very long, I guess. That or you're just a wizard at trading or something. I don't know. It's so annoying. We start to get the move, then it bounces up. Then it start to get the move, and it bounces up. That's a lower low. I mean, it's a higher low, but it's a lower low. It's all like, you had this lower low, and so this one is higher than this one, but it's definitely a lower low than this up here is. So you do with that what you want. I wish I had the back button like Trading View. Go away. And I can't see the trade right now. That's always fun. Trade down $1.24, and we're pumping back up. It's very tempting to go ahead and get the heck out of this nonsense. But sometimes that rolling over the 21 just looks too tasty. At the least, I could probably reposition here. What are we down? We're down 12 bucks, 13 bucks, 15 bucks. It's trying to rip. It's back at this previous wick high. Come on, fall down. Nope. Nope, going right through it. Then you're kind of like up here at these next highs. Like so. At least this thing is alive, man. I watched this thing dump for like 3 days, and like there were like no bounces, like very little to no bounces at all. So at least it looks like this thing is alive. Didn't look alive for the last 3 days, I'll tell you that much. And again, I really want to trade something else, but it's hard to trade something else because everything else pretty much looks like it. I mean, it's had a little harder drawdown than others, but they all relatively look similar. Let's go to the downside. I swear I'll get out of it. I'll close my position if we just go back to break even. And then you don't do it. And then it goes up and you beg it again and it goes down. And then you still don't close the position because you're always waiting for that bigger position. It's pretty funny. The psychology of trading, right? They say the candles are not a measurement of price action, but a measurement of the human emotion. As people buying and selling and things, it's all human emotion first before it's price action and after it's done being price action. Down 17 bucks. And this is where like sometimes waiting for the bigger move isn't the move. Sometimes just scalping in and out, I'd probably be up another 30, 40 bucks if I would just scalp and not wait for the bigger move. You do have higher liquidity, 200,000 basically at 15.8, but you also have 179,000 twice underneath you at what? What's the first one? 15.1? So where's 15.1? Back down here. And you can see where stop loss. People went long. They went long like on this right here. And so that's where their stop loss is. And that's why it's so back and forth, because you have you did relatively have the same liquidity on like both sides of this range that we ranged out for you here, you know? Poker says, how long have you been trading for? I've been studying trading for probably about 3.5 years. I don't claim to be no phenomenal trader, and this channel is about crypto research. But we also, as a community, will play DeFi games. I'll do some trading. I came up with this new strategy I've been using. Made like $3,300 in like the last week and a half. But at the same time, I gave 2,000 of it back, making silly mistakes because I'm still trying to refine this strategy. It's a good strategy, but I haven't spent the time in it as much as I should have. But I'm still up over, well, now it's like $1,400 I'm up, so I mean, I'm not mad. But yeah, actually hardcore trading for probably like 2 years. And of course I get better and better, so it's like I wouldn't consider myself all that great at trading, honestly. But then when I deal with other people, a lot of times I'm, you know, because I've been studying, I do have a little bit more of an edge than some people. So it's all perspective. But if you really want to learn how to trade well, poker, look up the Crypto Lifer on YouTube. That's where I learned everything I know. Trading is the hardest and easiest way to make money. Yep, can't wait to download a trading bot into my Neuralink in the future. Yo, that's hilarious. How thoroughly have you back tested the strategy? I mean, I'm back testing it now. So I've done the strategy before in different time periods, and I made bad decisions and got pretty bit on it, you know, gotten hurt on it. There were things I didn't understand that I definitely understand now, but anything can happen. I've been seriously, like, kind of day in, day out testing this strategy for about 2 weeks. I'm comfortable with whatever because my channel is not a trading channel. I'm not centered around trading. I never claimed to be an amazing trader. Never claimed to be a trading guru, right? People come here because we stay on top of what's trending and we raise your crypto IQ about how the liquidity flows, how blockchain works, like how to spot projects that are, you know, just a bunch of hot air and they're not actually going to do anything. Like we cover a lot of different things here. And then we play some DeFi gaming and we have a tight-knit kind of community. There's a link to the Discord in the chat. It is free. It's not a paid Discord. Not yet anyway. And then, of course, I make, you know, some pre-recorded videos and stuff. We do a lot of stuff with the Flare ecosystem. Me and Blues guy, who's in the chat, we both, you know, he makes videos, and then I kind of put them out on the channel and do the intros and stuff because he's really passionate. We really incorporate everybody. If you have something you're passionate about, we'll incorporate you in some way as long as, like, I feel like you're a solid person. And if you do something crazy, it'll be gone just as quick. But I haven't really met a lot of crazy. So far, everybody's really down-to-earth, cool people. We got another guy, Bankroll. He's not here right now. We've been live for, like, let's see how long we've been live. We did our whole show. Keep in mind, we did our whole show. We've been live for 4 hours and 16 minutes. Like, we did our whole show, and then this is just like the icing on the cake, the end of the show, hangout kind of thing where we're trading, and it just takes forever because you're trading. So it's like you'll be live forever. And I'm pretty confident in getting the heck out of this thing. I've been talking, so I haven't been worried about the trade, but it is a lower high. Like, that is a lower high. I don't know if that really means anything. This coin's all over the place. The market's weird. That's why I'm very light in here. Like, I'm $82 into this trade. I might have $500 in margin, but I'm only $82 in the actual trade itself. And I hope that answers your question, Poker. Again, I'm not telling anybody that I'm a trading guru and that you should be doing what I'm doing or none of that. Just want to raise people's crypto IQ and give them some education in the space. This is where it gets to the point where I'm like about to just set an alert on this top wick here, walk off into this upside. There's likely more upside to this coin on the 30-minute time frame. Yeah, I was in a short before we were above the 200. I could have got out of it a couple of times. It's hard to believe that this coin's really going to pump. I mean, it just looks like garbage because it's been dumping for a really long time. I mean, look at that thing. It was 87. Look, on the first. Wait, that's the first of 2026. Wait. No, sorry. On the 26th, which was what, like 4 or 5 days ago? It's technically the third, but it's like only 50 minutes into the next day here. So you count that how you want to count it. But anyways, from the 26th to now, you're from like $87 to 15, been as low as 10. I don't know how much confidence I have that this thing is really going to run and pop until the market shifts. Like, I don't hate River or think it's garbage. Like, the market just needs to shift to a bullish sentiment, and this thing will probably run again. But yeah. Now I've been in this trade way too long and I'm over positioned. I'm ready to get the heck out of it. This is how it starts. This is how it runs way far away on you. And the next thing you know, you're down like, $100 and you're like, crap, how do I get out of this? All right. And I'm about at that point where it's just like, I'm just going to close this stupid thing. It's not doing what I want it to do. It looked like we had a nice 21 just rolling over, and it was right about to lose the 200. And that's the only reason why I stayed in, is because that 21 looked like it was about to cross the 200 right here, and we didn't get it. All right, let's do a quick RSI rundown. 1 hour on the floor, 30-minute low. I need to actually extend this a little more. The 15 minutes high, the 5 minutes high, the 3 minute it's in the middle, curving down, and the 1 minute is high, looking like it wants to come down. So that makes me feel like I can give it a second here and see if we get in a position to get out, because sometimes not losing money is, well, I'm not going to say better than making money, but it is certainly better than losing money. I don't know. I feel like I had a cool saying to say, and then it just didn't come out. I'm probably getting pretty tired. I've been live streaming for like 4.5 hours here. My wife is probably thinking, what the heck is going on? But I like being live with my people. There's still 10 people here. I've been live for 4 hours and 15 minutes. You want to be technical. And I still have 10 people hanging out with me. I think that's pretty awesome. For a small channel, that's bigger than you think it is. That is much bigger than you think it is. Maybe you have a channel and you know how big it is. Yeah, this thing has been staying above the 21 too. It was going down. It didn't even get to reset. It's when it can feel like there's a little bit of very very small time frame local bullishness, when the 1 minute just wants to get stuck to the top and not reset. It was looking like it was going to come down, and then it just didn't. You have this previous wick up here, which is also like up here. You have a wick, but those are the candle bodies. And I don't know if it really is going to make it above that. But the longer we sit here and kind of test it, the more likely we are to maybe eventually get above it. Protect the capital. Exactly. And I mean, at this point, I'm not down anything crazy. I'm down $11, $14, $15. Like, I always tell myself in my head, like, I have tolerance for like $30. I did get on a wick up to like being down $40, but it came like right back down really fast. And I could close it down. I could take $11. You never know. Remember, hindsight is 20/20. That's one of the things with trading that a lot of people, they look at the trades and everything after, and they said like, I should have did this and I should have did that. I'm so stupid. I should have. And like, you don't know. Like, when I'm in the trade right now, do I know if this is gonna, in 5, 6, 7, 10 minutes or whatever amount of candles fall down, lose the 200, and be one of the greatest shorts, that I've ever had? down to back to $10 or something, or is this thing gonna run up to $24? I don't know. I'll know tomorrow though. Tomorrow I'll know, but I don't know right now. I think people are a little hard on themselves. Like you almost have to just like try to train your reasoning skills to be as good as possible when you're watching here, and just have good reasoning skills. And know when you're cooked, like when it starts running away. But it's not running away right now. Matter of fact, it's not even breaking this previous wick up here or these candle bodies, which makes it a lower low in a downtrend. But we're super, and then you have to remember, like, we're super dialed in. This is very local. We're like zoomed in with the microscope on the 1 minute. Feels good supporting the smaller channels. You seem like a good guy. Hey, I appreciate you saying that, Crypto Quentin. I'm a people person. I love people. You know, being good to people is like what life is all about to me. Everybody has their own opinions. So I appreciate you saying that. I'm just me. You know, if you know the Lifer, I love the way the Lifer is on his YouTube channel because he's just him. He doesn't put on a show. I don't want to put on a show either because one day, who knows, maybe I'll have an event and people are going to come see me and I'm going to talk to several people in real life. You know, maybe I'm going to go grab lunch with somebody. There was a guy, go to the gym, bro. He said he's in Miami. Maybe one day I'm going to be in Miami and I'm going to hit him up and go have lunch. And how weird would it be if I show up to have lunch or I have it and then I'm a totally different person? I think people would find that to be very strange. Blues Guy says Underground is freaking amazing. Well, I appreciate you saying that. Me and Blues Guy, we do chat quite a bit on the phone and stuff like that. If I wasn't live right now, we'd probably be on the phone chatting. Just because he's a passionate person about crypto. He loves the flare economy. He's very into raising his crypto IQ. And he's like me. He likes to learn as much as he can. Some people just kind of have the education bug, right? Where it's like we just kind of want to know as much about the things that we like and care about as we possibly can. And if you're like that, you're in the right place. Good energy over here. Exactly. The one thing is I said I was going to, I kind of breaking my own rules. This is where like you expose yourself a little bit. I did a little bit of adding to this trade as like my quote unquote final mitigation. And I was going to get out as soon as it did. And it went down and I didn't get out. And this is later on where you'll beat yourself up because if this thing runs away on me and I end up losing $100 instead of $12, I'm going to remember that I could have got out. Like, I made bad decisions. Like, that you got to take them both into consideration. And everything is your fault is such a good motto. When you win, your fault. When you lose, also your fault. I know a lot of people, I don't know them personally, but I see a lot of people. They're like, when they win, they're a trading guru. And when they lose, it's the market and it's the market maker and it's like whatever. It's the game. You can't just flip the game over when you lose and be mad at the way that the game is. Then don't play. If you want to take all the credit for the wins, you got to take credit for all the losses. I lost $1,000 twice running this strategy, but I'm still up $1,300. What does that mean? I don't know. I don't have enough data yet. This is all about gathering data here and sitting here. You know, I got to sit in here and I got to sit in this and run it and work it to know how to manage my emotions, know when I should do this and when I should do that. I need to see all of the different scenarios. Like, I need to see everything. What are we down now? We're getting a little pump in our face here. $30 we're down. Back to that resistance point. Breaking, that's one thing. Yep, there you go. But also you have this high wick there. That's another thing. I think QAI might be worth taking a deep dive into. Yeah, I've definitely looked at that. You should backtest the strategy before trading it on a live account. Maybe. I mean, I've backtested many other strategies and stuff. Like, I agree with you completely. Here's another thing. I would love to like go run this and you tell me, Poker, because that sounds great and stuff. A lot of your demo accounts, they don't allow you to actually do stuff like this. Like, for example, Weex. We're on Weex right now. Link in the description. But at the same time, like, you have to add $20,000 at a time. That's not realistic for me. You can't add less than $20,000 to your demo unless you know something that I don't know. And you start with 50,000. Like, that's sure, I could try out my position, but like with way more money. So what would happen? I have 20,000 in my account, and I just keep digging myself out of all of my problems because I have tons of capital. It's not what it needs to be. I want to, Weex is a little bit better for sure. Like, I want to put $1,000 in my account in a demo, and I want to trade with that. Or I want to put $500 in a demo account, and I want to trade with that. You feel me? Also, in a demo account, a lot of times you can only trade BTC and maybe ETH, but like a lot of times I can't trade River in a demo account most of the time. Like, I don't know where you could do that. So there's some limitations. I know a lot of people say that, and you are right. To some degree, you are right. But I feel like I've been trading enough that I don't mind. And I'm not risking more than I can lose, right? Again, and I'm transparent. I don't have to tell you that I lost $1,000 twice. But at the end of the day, like, you're going to lose sometimes. And I've evaluated a lot of the mistakes that I made. And I realized where a lot of times my problem was. And sometimes I need to make the same problem several times before I'm really going to get good at recognizing it and not doing it to myself over and over. But also, I'm still up $1,300. So the strategy is producing. I just have to safeguard my capital a lot more. One's taking responsibility is gold. Yeah, exactly. Blaming others for one's mistakes is often the case in this world. Yeah, it sure is. And even right now, like, we could get a pullback and I could get out of this thing without losing anything, or it could run away on me. This moment right here is very similar to where I went wrong before. Just being completely honest. This is very similar to where I went wrong before, and I feel myself hesitating to close this trade when I probably should. And we're pumping up, and it's like in my mind, I'm like, yeah, I probably should be closing this trade. But it's had a good moment here to pump up, and it hasn't done it very much. The 3-minute looks like it's about to roll over. 5 minutes still pinned to the top. 15-minute looks like it wants to roll over. 15-minute does look like it's a little pinned to the top here. And then the 1 hour looks like it's getting that banana curve, which honestly means it's probably going to run up. And if I get out, the last thing I want to do is get right back into a trade, right? There we go. Down to 27, negative. BTCC is good for demo trading alts, and you can start with 100K in the account. That's the thing. I don't want to start with 100K. Like, I want to start with 1K. I want to trade realistically, especially if I'm doing it on the channel in front of my people. Like, how many people do you think in my community or most communities have 100K to start trading with? So it just becomes really irrelevant. You show them like, oh, we moved 2% and I made $5,000 or whatever. I'm just throwing numbers at the wall. That doesn't really get people excited because that doesn't make them feel like they could do that. They don't probably feel like they'll ever trade with 100K unless they made money into 100K. But like, honestly, if you're not a trader and you took 100K and you put it in the market, like, you're a fool because you're gonna lose that money if you've never traded before. Almost guarantee it. You'd be better pulling it out in cash and throwing it in your fire pit in the backyard most of the time. And I say that with love and experience. Be better off taking the 100K out and giving it to the local the homeless man, because more good would come out of it than giving it to the exchanges. But that's a different thing. Yeah, I want to start with like 1K. And the thing is, what I did is like Weex started me with 50K in my demo, and I was like, all right, cool. What you do on MEXC is you just set up a bad trade with stupid high leverage. You're going to be liquidated in like an hour or less, and then when you're liquidated, you're back to zero, and then you can add to it the demo dollars, and you can add what you want. The problem is Weex is not American based and stuff, and I don't like to live stream. I don't like to live stream with a VPN on, because if I live stream with a VPN on, I'm going to go to open websites, which is like a big bulk of what we do, looking at different trending coins, and then none of them are going to none of them are going to want to open, and it's going to be a pain. Exactly. But with that, I do have to say I do have to hop off. If you're in the Discord, you might see what happens to this trade. It does look like it wants to rip. I'm not going to lie. It kind of looks like it wants to rip. A lot of times this thing gets above the 200, plays around, and then just loses it and falls down to the bottom. So there's that. Now you kind of have this 1, 2, 3 push up, and you're not even getting above this previous wick here. But if it keeps going at it, it'll probably eventually break up above that too. What is this thing doing? All right, it's like all over the place. Kind of wanted to resolve this before I hop off so you guys could see. So it's just taking too long, and I got other stuff to do. But yeah, again, I'm just talking to myself now. Like, I do feel like this is where a lot of times I get stuck, and I don't want to lose the $30, even though in retrospective, $30 won't mean nothing to me. But there's a good enough chance that I'll get out of it, that it keeps me in it, and it works out a lot of the time. But it just takes that one time that it doesn't work out, and it hurts bad. So is it actually worth it? Yep. Good night, guys. He says, I will see. I'll be back. I'll be live streaming 8:30 New York time tomorrow. We'll be at it again, and I hope to see everybody there. And we'll be raising that crypto IQ. Everybody have a good night. Stay underground. Stay crypto. And I'll post in the Discord, I guess, what happens to this trade. If I get out of it, or if I lose 20, 30, $40. We'll see. Have a good night, everybody. As I still sit here, I probably wouldn't even end the trade or in the stream. All right. Bye for real.